Okay, welcome to the finals of CBK. We've got Mental Asylum, the home team, versus PDC, Prodigy Daycare, as our finals best of five starting today. We'll see who can win. The draft is starting now, so let's see what we can get going. Both these teams have had some rocky moments in the sort of tournament across, and we're trying to see who will come out on top. It's an $800 total prize pool. First place gets half of that, $400 Australian. We're seeing a Kindred first ban, getting rid of some troublesome junglers. A Wukong ban in reply. See what their strategies end up looking like across. We've seen some interesting players in both of these teams. So we've got a pretty strong bot lane from Mental Asylum with Voice and Findo, and they're going to be playing against Prodigy Jinzo. So we'll see what they're able to do. Both very formidable lanes in these games. Graves going down as well as another ban. So we'll see if they are just going to keep banning out these jungle picks. Make sure there isn't these aggressive junglers to play. Okay, Zinzal's gone. Akali is gone as well. So we're getting quite a few bans. We've deviated from a jungle ban for the first one here. We'll see if we get a reply ban from Prodigy Daycare. The Akali ban, it speaks to certain mid lane mages being picked. So Talia, Akali's been getting picked into things like Orianna and Talia in the pro play recently at Worlds. And the mid laner for Prodigy's Daycare, they have been quite formidable on some of these assassin picks. They've picked things like Zed and the Occult and some Yone. We're going to lock in a first pick Jarvan with Wukong and Zinzao and Trundle gone. If you just go down the tier list of junglers, Jarvan is certainly up there as the remaining. And we're just going to take a Karthus and just farm into him. We're going to see it get locked in. We saw it last week at the semi-finals. We do see it locked in. The Karthus gets locked in for jungle on Prodigy's Daycare. Lobotomite. He does like his Karthus pick, so he's going to try and farm up a Storm and do top damage. And Yanara being paired with it. So a semi-mobile ADC being paired here, so we'll get a little bit of availability. She has to pop ult to get out of Jarvan's pit, but she does have the option of getting out. MA's bot lane is going to pick a strong Nico here with their hover. So Nico is going to get a lot of lane priority. Nico Kai'Sa, we're just going to look to try and be really strong in this early lane and fight this Yanara before she gets to scale in. Try and end the game before Karthus and the Yanara can take some strength. And Zed being picked up, that's going to be the mid Zed. So we have seen that a little bit from Prodigy's Daycare. Most of Zeds these days in League are going in the jungle, but the mid laner for Prodigy's Daycare, he is a fan of the Zed. Okay, we're seeing a Karma ban that's to help cover this Nico. I'd probably expect another ban like an Alistar to come through for MA. We're seeing Rise being banned as a answer to the Zed. We'll see what else they decide is going to be a bit troublesome for him. It's probably going to be another mid ban. Ooh, we're going for the Malphite ban, so we might be seeing a blind top lane pick here if we're banning Malphite. I expect this will be something like an Alistar ban just to help that Nico. Gwen. So we're looking to play some sort of heavy tank top lane possibly. Scion on if we're going to ban a Gwen. Are we just going to lock in an Enchanter for bot lane, or are we going to we're moving to the Rakans? We're getting a little bit of engage out of our bot lane support here. It's an interesting choice to ban the Malphite here when you're fifth picking your top laner. Especially because you kind of want to lean. You can go either AD or AP. You've got AP coming in from Karthus and a bit from Yanara. We're going to blind a Renekton here at top, and we're going to pick a mid lane Ahri. See what the last pick is of game one. We're hovering Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath has been locked in. Okay, so that's going to be our two drafts for this event here. Game one, we've got Jarvan versus Karthus in the jungle. So they're going to farm up a bit of a storm for the Karthus, and Jarvan's going to have to try and get some work done in the first bit of the game. He's thankfully got three lanes that he can really play through, with Nico Kaiser on bot lane looking for action, Renekton being great setup to guarantee that flag and drag, and we've got Ahri's charm to work with it. Now, Zed is going to be a little bit trickier to catch in mid lane, so they'll need to put in a bit of work if they actually want to catch that mid lane out. Yanara might be the easiest target to catch here, other than maybe if we can get the Cho'Gath really early before he gets tanky, we can try and get some damage down on him. I would probably want to try and play at the start of this game for my Kai'Sa when I can, and try and catch out Cho'Gath when he goes too far forward. Once this Kai'Sa gets strong, the game's going to become a lot easier to be oppressive and make sure that we can get a lot of action down. So let's see what Mental Asylum can get done in this first game, and try and make sure that we are ready to go. Okay, we'll see a little bit before them getting into draft here. So they're going to have to go through in lobby, blind pick, and then we'll have a 3-minute delay before the stream actually can catch up to game live. So we will be back shortly once they're able to get back in game. This is going to be an interesting game one. We'll see if the Mental Asylum can win the early game, or if they're just delusional and PDC will scale them out with that Yanara and Karthus. Find out soon.
summoner has disconnected. A summoner has reconnected. Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Okay, we're here for game one of PDC versus MA. We're getting into game now. I'm being joined by Yojin for our first games cast here.
Hello everyone, how's it going?
Seeing what we get going in this game one. So we're getting a ward in bot lane from Nico just on the bush, and otherwise it's just a simple 5-point.
Yes, also for context, Jarvan is the boosted animal, and Yanara is Prodigy.
I will be asking them to turn off streamer mode for game two, because they forgot.
Yep. I feel like Red Side's draft is pretty interesting here, taking Cho'Gath into Renekton.
They first picked Karthus.
They did. Interesting.
Jacob, we can't see it again.
Yeah, it should be.
But they are definitely looking to scale here with Yanara Karthus. You also have first strike on Karthus, so...
Yeah, it's a bit strange. Usually you go the Dark Harvest.
Yeah, first strike's more of a scaling sort of rune. Mostly just because you can just pop the ult on cooldown early and just farm a lot of gold. So, junglers parting opposite ways. Jarvan starting on blue, Karthus starting on blue as well. I guess that kind of makes sense, mostly because you would expect blue side's bot lane to get prio. So
Yeah, so they should get Prio. Try and path away from any sort of threat, as well as Karthus, you really want that blue buff, so you don't want any risk of losing it.
the thing that I will say here though, is that CBK's bot lane matchup is very favorable in the sense that they can abuse Yanara very hard early, especially considering that she has to take cleanse in this matchup. So it'd be kind of interesting to see if CBK can create some nice trades. They could look for a dive.
There you go,
But
a vision in that
Jarvan's
bot side. So Jarvan's not doing his bot camps, he's delaying them to get some vision control. So they didn't know where the Karthus started from.
this
And
is a
yes,
bit
Lox, this is
problematic
game one.
now, I think, for Jarvan actually.
He's put himself pretty heavily behind for this.
Yeah, Karthus has just finished his full clear, Jarvan's finished 3 camps.
Karthus is going to reset and then go out to Scuttle Crab. And he knows that Jarvan's on bot side, so he can actually just open bot for that scrab.
Yes,
and
he will
it.
contest about it, yeah.
And bot lane's bouncing back out again. But it looks like, even though it will bounce, they got the prio still, just because their lane is better.
I think even with Prio, I'm not sure if Jarvan will choose to contest this, because it might delay his Raptor spawn even further, which will make his second clear very suboptimal. But I would imagine that he's just going to take Raptors.
Karthus should be able to get double scuttle here because he's also got the mid prio. We're getting a fight here in bot lane though. Rakan's going deep in onto the Nico, taking a lot of damage on. Karthus is actually rotating into this bot lane as well. They're taking a lot of damage on Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa gets first blood, and Yanara's low, and
wow, a solo kill from mid.
Solo kill in mid as well. We're trying to take Karthus damage onto the Kai'Sa. We're flashing forward as Yanara to collect it. We see Kai'Sa with 2 kills and Zed with 1, Yanara with 1. See if Yanara is going to pick up 1 or Nika is going to pick it back up again. So we see 3 going both ways. One's in mid solo and 2 for 2 in bot.
So it's a 3 for 1 actually, bot lane. They play that really well. Voice
Yeah.
managed to dodge all of the Karthus Qs, but a solo kill out of Zed in this matchup
I'm seeing about this
means
top
that the
fight.
gold difference is not too big.
Using that Renekton W to set up the Jarvan combo.
Very nice.
I'm going to turn off game chat.
So good start for CBK. I will say that this mid matchup looks a bit problematic if you die early. Zed will hit 6 first for sure.
That skirmish in bot lane actually helps the Jarvan
Yeah,
out a
he's
lot as
dead,
well.
yeah.
He's dead.
Oh no, and a disaster. Kens uses flash.
And still does.
Yeah, I
We've
think.
seen Triple Tonic coming in on Zed. I've been seeing a lot of people saying Triple Tonic is getting a lot better and that it's underrated.
Yeah, it sort of lets him force prior early with the pots and the extra adaptive.
He's still got the adaptive pot for the next fight as well.
Yeah. I think CBK really needs to try find something mid here. Try to stabilize mid, because I think Cadence might find himself in a pretty rough situation pretty soon. Like, I think the matchups will start to become pretty unplayable.
Jarvan hasn't backed yet, and Jarvan actually has Green Smite.
Green Smite's actually pretty common and competitive for Jarvan. Mostly for the little shield, makes him really annoying and allows him to sort of face tank pushes and face check, yeah.
When you don't have the solo queue Eclipse.
Yep. I'd imagine that he's building Sundered Sky here.
Yep.
The bottom right's looking for a gank, no flash on Kai'Sa, no barrier, no heal either. I think he's just dead here.
There's no way to get out. He's trying
Very
to get
nice.
a trade back onto Yanara, but looks like the Nico might also be a bit here. Let's see if he can sidestep. He's just going to go down. Can't dodge Karthus E.
Okay, well the game state is looking really good for red side now. They definitely outscale, so
They've
they
weathered
can
that
hold
early
this
game.
position. Yeah. Be interested to see whether or not they choose to contest Grubs this game. I think Drake is almost 100% theirs after that bot side play.
See, both junglers and supports are opening towards this dragon. Karthus has bot side just hit. Jarvan's just hitting the
Jarvan's
dragon.
just starting it. Okay.
He has his bot wave first, and he's got Nico pushing in. But the Zed is assuming so much control over mid right now. Look how far back Cadence has to play in mid.
Yeah, I feel like this is a bit of a mistake from Jarvan here. Yes, they will get the Drake, but the main issue I have with this is that his top side camps are spawning now, or they've already spawned for quite a while, so he's down tempo again, but we have a bot side
Flash
fight.
forward for a clone. Flash queuing the Nico clone.
Okay,
They overstep into the jungle here, we get a big fight, we're getting Kai'Sa going in with ultimate. Seeing if we can get this Zed back, he's going to one-shot our Jarvan.
so 1-for-1.
That
I mean,
Zed
very
is gonna
nicely
be a
played by
problem.
Boosted Animal there. Flash R into EQ combo.
Guarantees
But I
that
think
Karthus
he
kill.
could have waited a bit. It was a bit early. I think people weren't ready to position themselves. But this also means that now Jarvan is in a bit of an interesting situation because he has all 6 camps up. CBK knows that they're on the grubs though here, and this is a very interesting move by Noah. I think the idea is that he wants to get 1 stack, yep, and then he's going to leave. But this now means that they are going to lose the next 2 grubs. So honestly, for CBK, I think this whole sequence is actually quite nice because they end up with 2 grubs and the Drake. I think for CBK,
going back top as well there is nice. Forced him to reset back out. He doesn't have teleport, so shows also losing CS top to get that 1 stack.
yeah, I think for CBK, they need to make sure that they stack Drakes up very nicely. And as quickly as possible. They should know that they're on a bit of a timer this game. I think once Karthus hits 16 and Cho'Gath scales, the game becomes quite problematic for them.
PDC's looking for this Nico. They saw it going down here from bot lane. We've committed Zed across and we're getting the Yunara ult out. We're flashing onto it and we're connecting everything. See if we can get anything onto this Kai'Sa as well. But we're not going to commit that deep. Yunara's low.
Yep.
But we do get a
Great
kill onto
W
Nico.
flash from Prodigy, ensures that the kill is taken. But Cadence has move here, he can look for a play with his ult advantage.
He's going for a
Chooses
rower
not to.
build on this Ahri.
Yeah, I think his lane's in a bit of a situation now where he's sort of forced to play to scale. If he builds damage, he's just going to get one shot, so understandable.
Kai'Sa's going in, trying
Oh,
to get
voice
the
ult's in.
Yunara. He gets the kill. We're having
Well
a good old
played.
top lane fist fight that the camera wants to look at. It amounts to nothing. The essence of top lane.
We have Drake in 2 minutes now, and Jarvan is parting towards the top side. I would imagine that he wants to finish his full clear here, and then base back towards bot side.
Yeah. Karthus is going to be running away with this farm advantage at this point. He's just going to clear the jungle immeasurably faster.
Yep. I think the main thing for CBK here is that they have quite strong objective setup. It's quite difficult for the red side to walk in and face check them when they have Jarvan, Renekton, Ahri, Nico. So
Yeah, the face check you have to have Cho'Gath walk down.
yeah, I think that the main priority right now should be backing Drakes as quickly as possible. That way they can force a fight at a suboptimal time for the red side when Sol is going to spawn. So I would imagine that Jarvan will base soon after covering this top gank. Flash forward from Noah. Guess he was looking
We're
for
getting
the
dives on
W
both
ult.
sides of the map here. We're seeing both
Wow,
the
and
enemy bot
Yunara
lane
is
gonna
just
go
dead.
down.
A double kill to
Oh.
Findo, but he will fall to the Requiem. And a kill picked up by Lobotomite.
Importantly here for Noah on this top lane Cho'Gath, he recognizes that he has to be able to walk in first, and he's not going for an AP build, he's going for a Heartsteel instead. So a lot of Chos are opting into AP on first or second items, but he's just going straight Heartsteel just to be as beefy of a champion as possible. Let his Yunara stand
Yeah.
behind something.
I think
Getting
this
a bit
is
of
a lot better of a build this game. And I think that gank, even though they didn't kill SK Knight, puts him into a pretty rough situation here. Just because he can't actually walk back to lane. If you think about it from his perspective, he's not sure if Karthus is still sitting there. And he has no flash, no ult. So he's going to elect to walk towards Drake and play towards the Drake. Findo's looking for a fight here, but no ult. And he will just get one shot.
This dragon becomes really hard now without Nico and without the dominus from Renekton either, so I'm not sure if we really want to play this dragon on this side, but we can try and go for a catch, but it feels a bit desperate. We're playing 4v5.
I think the
Nico's on the
benefit that
way.
they do have now is that they have the bot push and the death time is quite low. I don't think
Mid
that they
push
can
as well.
play the Drake, but they can play for the fight here. They're quite
I
clumped
think
up.
Jarvan's going for steal here, and he does get it.
Oh,
The
and
animal
he
steals
gets it.
Zed's in the back on him, he's used ultimate on the Jarvan, so he doesn't have it for the rest of the team. Ahri gets caught up, see if they can get out. Nico's going in, Rakan's catching them all. Nico's going to go down for this. See if he can get an ult to turn it back
Ooh,
though.
a great 5-man ult. Yunara will die.
Kai'Sa's getting a lot of damage in. We're trying to see if we can finish off some targets. That's 2 going in for Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa ults out of the Rakan W. He's going to get a third. See if he can do enough damage to this Cho'Gath.
Yep, Noah
Cho'Gath
still
does
has the
have
ult
ultimate
here.
though, but he doesn't get the eat. And there it is.
Yeah,
That's a
I
really
think,
good time, though. Important find from Findo.
I think Zed is starting to run away a bit with this game. He's allowed to free hit in a lot of these fights. And the way that the fights are starting means that the CC from CBK is used primarily for space control rather than dealing with the Zed. So if you watch in that fight, Ahri's charm was used to create space for Jarvan so he could go for the steal, and Jarvan's EQ was obviously used to go over the wall, meaning Zed can sort of just do whatever he wants now. And I think top lane is also getting a bit problematic now because Noah
Cho'Gath's
is
gonna be
allowed
hard
to
to
just
deal
free
with.
scale. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's also important to note there that SK Knight did drop 3 waves, including a cannon wave for that. So
He's really going to be falling behind on these.
Yep, even with the kills going over, I would imagine that the gold deficit and XP deficit top lane is quite surmountable at this point.
300 gold deficit in that top lane.
Honestly, not even that bad, I think.
The jungle gold difference is
Yeah,
huge. And so is
jungle mid is looking suboptimal for CBK, but
Kaiser's
that being
2,000
said,
gold ahead.
Voice
But
is
Finder's
very
getting
fed.
ult. See if we can get the Kaiser some more damage here. If he can try and get the kill onto the Zed before he goes down, he does get the kill
And he
and gets
gets
the
it, and he
shutdown.
gets the flash as well. The Requiem comes through, but not enough damage. Overall,
Okay,
pretty
yeah,
good
Kaiser's
play for
really
CBK.
fed.
Yep. I think this is also very good for the Herald spawn.
Get a charm. We're getting some flash out of the Karthus, but our Jarvan, he's okay. No wall of pain.
Yeah. I'm interested to know as well what Voice is going to elect to build this game third. He could
got a
go
recurve.
Terminus and he could go
Nasher.
Nash's, but I would imagine that considering he's opted for a recurve, he's probably going Terminus. If he was going Nash's, normally
You'd see
you
the
don't want to
Fiendish.
grab the you don't want to grab the recurve too early, otherwise your W evolves very late. So
He's just trying to survive with his lead at this point. He knows that if he dies, that his team
yeah, the
can't
game
actually
will
win
be
any
very
fights
difficult.
anymore.
Yep.
We're just going to give this Herald over. They look to try and take a fight in the exit here. We're split into two. We're catching out this Karthus, and we're trying to see if we can get the Cho'Gath on the back end as well. He's separated from the rest of his team. He gets to eat S-Knight. Jarvan misses EQ. This is going to take a lot longer than it should. We have to smite him for a slow, and we do eventually pick him up. Karthus is dead. We're seeing Zed take bot turret in response. A little bit of
So I think
mis-execution there. Sam didn't need to walk back, S-Knight didn't need to walk back up into that with his full HP allies to finish that off.
yeah, I think CBK noticed their timing to fight there. Karthus no flash, stuck in the river. Zed showing on vision bot. It's a good time to fight, but yeah, as you said, I think S-Knight didn't fully understand how much damage Cho'Gath actually does to him through the silence and the ult. An interesting TP here actually by Zed to TP top to protect his tower. The reason I say that is, yeah, he's rejecting the tower gold, but he just got a bunch of gold bot, and I don't think he based before he TP'd top. So
He didn't, yeah, he's on 1,000
yeah,
gold
he
at the
didn't.
moment.
So this now creates a bit of an awkward situation because he's going to base now, and then his TP is, I wouldn't say useless, as you said, he protected his tower, but it's sort of now he's quite off tempo. So what you can see in this situation is if Cadence notices this gap in tempo, he can hard shove this next bot wave and look for an
And
alt
have a
mid on
turn mid.
Yunara.
Yep.
Yeah. So we'll see if they know that. I
Cho'Gath
imagine
is
that
just
they
getting
probably
by.
will, considering the
Yep.
lane swap that's just occurred.
Bot wave's been hard shoved. We're seeing a little bit of movement from bot down, and now we see Cadence walking into the river. He's going to be
Yep.
seen on this ward, so they're going to know that this is being moved up this way and exactly where he's at. He's committing to the move. They're coming up for trying to get a mid-fight, and Zed doesn't have TP to join this, so if we can pull a trigger for Mental Asylum CBK, we can try and get something here. We're getting that trigger pull. We don't quite connect the charm or the knock-up, but we're getting
Ult
the
comes
Jarvan
through,
ulti in.
Karthus
Nico
goes
gets catched.
down.
Karthus is dead. Cho'Gath's 1 HP. We're seeing if we can get Yunara down. Zed's on the way up the river. Yunara's being ulted
Wow,
on.
a great
That's one bot
ult.
down.
Very well played by Voice there to make sure that he maximizes damage before he dies. Very well done by CBK. Again, I think that this all comes down to the tempo movements that occurred from Zed's TP. As you can see, Zed wasn't involved at all in this fight. Although I do think that starting this Drake can be a little bit iffy. They have no ults except for the Nico ult. Zed has everything and is 2.5 items. So, see whether or not they choose to contest.
Oh,
this
Zed has to go
is-
back out again immediately from that perfectly timed Nico ult, but we'll see how many he can get back. Jarvan's just going to commit to finish the dragon. We're seeing Cho'Gath coming in. Jarvan has to EQ off it because Cho'Gath's coming in. Don't have enough damage to avoid Cho'Gath just eating it,
Oh no.
and that's disaster.
Yeah.
Well, we do see Rakan go down, but that is pretty disastrous for CBK Mental Asylum.
Yeah. Really well played though by Zed and Rakan there. sort of rotating around. Findo managed to find a couple nice
Voice
roots,
finding
but
Yanara here and gets the kill. Just too far up on mid lane for that 1v1.
yeah, this matchup between Yanara and Kai'Sa is very, very gold and XP dependent. Once one side starts to fall behind, the other can sort of just decide when and how they fight each other. So, bit of lack of respect there from Prodigy, to be honest, but well
He
played
W'd
by
the
Voice
wave
as
as
well.
well. He just W'd
Yep.
the wave, didn't even keep it for trying to run away.
Yep, it's a big gold injection though. He pick up the mid tower as well as a kill.
We also
So he
see
is
the...
actually opting for the Nash's tooth here. I would imagine that he gets it off this base. Yep, and
there
that's
it is.
W evolved now.
Zed's clipped. He has to flash out of this Nico ult.
Nicely played by Findo. Although I think this is a bit concerning, committing Nico ult like this with Atakan up. I think that it's possible that red side might just opt to start the Atakan.
Yeah, you can see Cadence is committing to the top turret, so he's trying to get that. He
Yep,
still has teleport to come back down. He knows he's alone
yep,
on this side right now, though, so he's just trying to see how much he can get off this before he has to teleport down. We're committing to the Artican straight away. We'll see how long we have until Ari's teleport. She's going to back and then teleport.
yep.
It's going to be a decently fast one between Zed's passive, Yanara's damage, and Karthus. So we're just dropping the Requiem to force the enemy to be lower health. We're just going to one-shot the Jarvan straight off the bat here.
Yep, and I think that the Atakan is just gone.
Atakan's done. We're going to kill the Zed off the back of it though, see if we can get some cleanup here. Ari's going forward with some ult charges, but gets slowed up and can't really catch anything out further. So the dropping of Requiem there just to lower health bars as much as possible before the fight feels really good for PDC.
Yep, and then the bot tower now gets shaded for the mid tower as well. I think, yeah, the play on mid is good to get Zed's flash, but I think once red side sees that CBK has no Nico ults, there's not really much threat to them once they start the Atakan.
Seeing S-Knight trying to see what he can hold in this mid wave. We're just committing tier 2s and trading them off. We're going to keep pushing in bot lane here, so we're going to force the resets out of PDC so that we don't threaten that turret.
Yep, so 2-for-2 trade between the towers, although I will say that red side does get the better end of it. They are mid towers.
Well,
Looking for a fight here. SK Knight's just dead.
Just gets eaten. This Cho'Gath is just going to be a
Jarvan will also
problem.
die
Seeing
here.
if we can get this Yanara damage down. She gets out of the cage. She gets one shot by voice. We'll see if Nico can catch. We're going to catch onto the Cho'Gath. And we get a little bit of a win here. Again, it's a situation where I feel S-Knight didn't need to die. He just didn't know how much Cho'Gath is going to eat him for there. Like,
Yeah, I think
we
there
got
is
the
a
catch.
bit of a lack of respect for Cho'Gath's WR combo. I think often players don't fully realize how long the silence actually lasts for. But at the same time, I do think that this sequence was pretty good for red side. So the fight was 2v2, 2-for-2. But at the same time, the entire time that they were fighting, Karthus was farming the top wave. And he now has a pretty comfortable 60 CS lead.
How much gold are we looking at here?
Yeah,
So
he's
Karthus is
3.5k gold up.
3.5, yep.
Yeah,
And mid is about 2,000 gold up, a bit more than, and we've only got reconciliation of about 5,000 gold in our ADC, which helps bring us to parity, but we can see blue side actually does have the gold advantage because of how strong their Kai'Sa Nico is, but it's all centered in that bit of gold. So we can only play one point of the map at any point at all, because if Kai'Sa's not there, we can't play the game.
yeah. Again, I think that bit of a concern for blue side here is the scaling of Karthus, Cho'Gath, and Yanara. You know, obviously we're talking about the gold. We have a fight here. TV coming straight out of Zed. He'll get
Nico
jumped
drops
on.
ults into holding off the back line. Zed's going to get killed off without trading anything back, but we're going to get a kill back on S-Knight afterwards. You know, it's chasing out Nico. We're seeing if we can get some Ahri damage in, but this Cho'Gath's tanking up enough of our front line here. So seeing how much damage Kai'Sa can try and put in, they're putting in the damage into Scuttle Crab, but Karthus gets to pick it up. Now Jarvan's trying to... Oh, he gets interrupted.
Oh,
and
a
eaten.
great cancel.
This Cho'Gath knows his assignment of just... He's not here to do anything impactful other than take damage. seeing it, Voice is trying to flip the game. He knows that this game is going to be not going any better, so it looks like he's just trying to see if he can hands diff the game at this point with that sort of
Yeah, a
walk
bit
in
of a
there.
desperation play there.
We've got Baron spawning in 20 seconds. It's 2-2
Yeah, I
dragons. We're
think
not getting dragon stacking. It's looking very grim for CBKMA at this point of the game.
yeah, I think that the main problem here isn't so much to do with the gold. I think it's more to do with the XP. You know, Cho'Gath and Karthus are both champions that when they hit 16, they do spike very heavily.
We're seeing 2 levels up
And
on
this,
top lane, 2 levels up in jungle as well.
yeah,
Karthus is going to be very close to that level 16. We're just smiting for damage at the very start of this, get into Z passive range. We
yeah, and
have
since
another
Voice
smite
actually
ready.
died so late in that fight, he's actually going to be
Not
unable
a
to
random
help
piece at
here,
all.
and the Nash will go down.
The Khan ult gets used. See if we can pick up this Cho'Gath. His team has left. He overstays a little bit. It's going to take a very long time to actually kill him because we don't have the Kai'Sa here.
Yep, Noah's been left behind. There's a bit of a sacrificial lamb.
I think he could have
Although
just walked out though. He chose to stay in that bush. He could have just left.
I do think that Red Side could have fought that. I think that the thing that they were afraid of was that they didn't have. Okay.
Oh, Voice is down again though. He tried to take another fight into Yanara, see if they can stall the Baron out. Cho'Gath's down, which hurts their siege a lot. Yanara now has to back, so they really don't have a great siege going on here, so we can just try and hold these waves off. And
Yeah, I think the thing that's
enjoy
also
it.
really beneficial for CBK here as well is that the side lanes are pushing out for them, meaning that
Yep.
if Red Side does want to look for a Baron Siege, they're sort of forced into one lane only, and CBK does have quite a lot of wave clear with the Nico, Renekton, and Ari combo. So I don't think there's much threat on this Baron. I would imagine that considering Karthus is pushing bot right now, they're looking for a 2-lane sort of
No, mid
lineup.
wave is only one cannon, so it's going to go down pretty quick as well. So they're only going to get this bot out of, bot in of. But we're going to see
Wow.
Ed's going to go down to this. He's just one shot, just actually deleted. We're seeing if we can catch him, but he's just too slippery with the Zed being this strong with that
Yeah,
low for cooldowns.
very well played by Zed. Yep, so the siege is going to come out now. I think what we could see here is Rakan could just RW straight onto them with the Requiem.
Yep, Cho'Gath has got his teleported back, so he's just here to help the siege. They can't really fight into him. This is looking like it's just going to be an end at this point. I don't see what CBK can really do to stop this siege at this point.
Yeah, I
Ari
think
gone.
so. I think that they'll look for a Jarvan Nico combo. And that's probably as much as they can look for at this point. But I
Nika's
think,
going forward. They die before
yeah,
the ult
Zed's
goes
still
off.
fed.
Rakan's going in to finish off any engage. And they're seeing Zed lives. He's on 1 HP and it's going to be a clean ace.
Yeah,
Cho'Gath
very
just
well
tanking up
played
this
by
turret.
Red
See if
Side this
Ari can
game.
get any cleanup, but it's not going to be enough. And that's game 1.
Yep. I think this game, the main thing that really snowballed the game was the solo kills that happened mid early, particularly the one that happened pre-6 in this matchup. XP is super important, so any death like that means that Zed's going to hit 6 first, and then you see the second solo kill that came out as a result of the first one.
And we can see where the strengths were in each team here. Just Kai'Sa's the only real damage source, and we can see plenty of damage coming in across the board here. Zed doing as much damage as a Karthus, and Cho'Gath out damaging Karthus.
Yeah. I also think that CBK really needs to sort of simplify the game for themselves. I think there was a bit, or some of the stuff that was happening early sort of really ruined their tempo, which you can't really afford to do against a comp like this. Like, I think that the Jarvan invade in theory is a good idea, but if you want to do that, you need vision on one side of the jungle, either at Karthus's red or Raptors, or you need it on his blue buff.
So into
Solely
Karthus
because you're just guessing at that
specifically,
point.
into Karthus specifically as well, I don't think the Nico needs the jungler's help for that. Like, Karthus isn't really going to do anything if he sees a Nico walk into his jungle. Like, Nico is just going to be able to walk away pretty happily from a Karthus if they ever interact. So there's no real threat on just having your support walk in and put that ward down on their own. I don't see the need for Jarvan to drop his whole bot side to help that out. It feels very
Yeah, I think
unnecessary.
I think what could have happened is probably there was a calm about looking for a potential dive or invade, considering that they had prior. But again, I think it ultimately comes down to the fact that they don't have vision of where they're actually trying to path towards, as in they don't know where Karthus started, so you ended up with a massive time dump where Karthus ended up finishing his full clear when Jarvan had only 3 camps. So I think what CBK really needs to do is either just finish your full clear and play the game simply and look for opportunities after that, or if you want to look for something like this and you know that you have bot
You have to
lane
do something
prior,
level 1 to enable that.
yes, yeah, you need to walk as 5 into like the Raptors area, get a ward down so you have enough vision.
Yeah. I think it's also, I mean, it sort of shows that there's not enough knowledge of what Karthus wants to do, because usually people are going to be pathing top to bot for lane situations, but Karthus does not care about what his lanes are doing. Like, it's irrelevant to him. So he's just going to clear for himself, and Karthus is always going to start blue if he's clearing for himself. So, like, that's
Yeah,
just. If you know what Karthus wants to do, you know that he'll be starting blue buff.
yeah, I'm not sure if it was a conscious choice from Lobotomite to path away from bot there, but definitely the right choice since his bot lane loses prior pretty heavily early. So any form of invade would have to come through the top side, where Cho'Gath should be able to move in theory. It's a pretty even match up top.
Yeah, at worst he can drop like a couple of minions to move. It should be no real big deal.
Yeah, but I'm
All right,
interested to see what the draft will be in game 2.
we'll have a little bit of a break before game 2. We'll see everyone shortly, and we'll go to a short intermission. Okay, we're back for game 2. We can see here we've got a pretty strong comp coming through from MA, and we're trying to see what they're going to do. They're going to play level 1 here.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
We're going to walk into the enemy bot side level 1, try and see if we can get some vision down. So one of the things that we did criticize from them last game was not getting enough level 1 control for the invade they went for. So they're definitely playing with their strength. We're getting Sivir's flash straight away. That's great. And we're going to see a reciprocated ward on top side.
Minions have spawned.
Yeah, so I think something that's pretty important in this game is the bot lane matchup. CBK's bot lane matchup is very heavily favored towards their side, which is why I imagine they were looking for the early ward. Xin Zhao here is waiting for Ambessa to walk together. Although I'm not sure if this is a winning 2v2 against a Graves level 1 as double AD champs. Flash committed, likely a 1-for-1.
1-for-1, and then Ambessa's not going to be able to get a kill back. But Graves picking up an early kill is basically the win condition I can see for this team is Graves actually being ahead early. So this is really dangerous.
I think Graves will struggle quite a lot into this comp. Anivia, Ashe, Seraphine looks pretty difficult for Graves to actually auto and hit in team fights. So I think I'm not too sure. I think in terms of CBK's comp, I think that they have a pretty big advantage here in the sense that they do pretty heavily outrange.
Taking a lot of damage here.
Coming
We're
out
seeing
here.
Ashe in the level 1 fights is going to be very strong here. We're seeing a flash out from Karma. We know that the Sivir doesn't have flash, but she has popped Ghost. We've got double lethal tempo going off here on both sides. And we can see all sums have been popped from both bot lanes already. So we're having a bit of a fights fest in this game already.
Yep, we also have a level 2 invade coming out of Lobotomite here. He doesn't have the flash, but he does have the longsword advantage, and he's invading the Gromp.
He's going to be able to take it. So Xin got 1.5 camps. I'm not sure why Zin's on 6 CS. You're going to see a flash out and he's going to go down. So we can see Graves is getting that early lead. Did we drop? Why does our Xin have 6 CS?
Good question. I actually have no idea. But something I do find interesting here is Xin actually opting to even start the blue buff. He should know that they do have vision of it, considering they started a fight there. Yeah, I think a more appropriate move would have been to try start the enemy blue with your bot prior, or
Yeah,
you can even start your
if you can just play
Raptors.
vertical, it would be really good here. Like your Cassante, you don't really give it. You don't care what's going on with Cassante. So
Yep.
just play with your really strong bot lane. Play vertical jungle.
A bit of a
Played
rough
level 1
position
vision bot
here
side too.
for boosted animal.
He's
Now the
dropping-
bot side invade isn't really possible anymore either. So we've done
And
the
we're doing
Raptors, he's going for the
Raptors
top
into
grab.
top side. So are we going to invade here on the top, or are we going to just do crab? We got vision on
I
enemy
think that the
Raptors.
invade is a bit fake, but see what he opts to do. Maybe he sees
When we
a
see
vision
Graves here
timer
bot,
here.
we should be able to do it.
Yeah.
He doesn't see Graves on
Yeah.
top, so we see
I think
Graves.
Voice is dead here.
Yeah, no sums anywhere.
Yeah, really, really tough situation for the bot lane here. The wave was slow pushing out. They have no vision, no sums as well because of the 2v2. And the Graves' top side will be traded for it at the bare minimum.
Graves is going to reset here. Graves is going to arrive before we can do Krugs, but we should be able to get the Raptors and the red. Looks like we didn't quite finish the Raptors.
Yeah, I think that's fine though.
Just make sure we get this red.
An interesting choice here from Muchi and Prodigy to hard shove this wave. I think that they probably could have let the wave just stay there and it would have been a much rougher position for CBK. But I think now with the wave rebounding out, Karma going to base, the situation bot's actually pretty stable again.
Sivir's got a lead in gold, lead in CS for the time being. Just about a wave.
Yeah, but But CS lead is a bit fake because he will have to base on this timer and he will drop some minions. So it's relatively even here.
Looks like
I
he's
think
staying.
something that we
He's
could
electing to
see.
stay.
Yeah, he's kind of forced to because his timer is
Graves
really
wants to do
bad.
dragon.
But I think like something that we could see from CBK here is that they should actually ping to start the Drake here. I know that they have no vision of the Graves, but if they're coming well, they'll know that Sivir hasn't based yet, and Graves is strong, yes, but it's a winning 3v3 because of Sivir's state, sitting on Cull.
We're a
So I
little
think
bit late
any
to the
fight
fight.
here in the river is very favorable.
So they're gonna get this dragon.
Okay, Flash comes out of Rise there as he gets walled into the Anivia ult.
But they do just get their dragon for free. We don't see any fight back.
Yeah, I think by the time that they elected to even check or think about Drake, it was already probably too late at that point. But the state of top is very good, and the state of bot's still very playable. Mid's no flash, so I think a good play for CBK to make would be to look for a Xin Zhao Nivea combo mid, while Rise has no flash.
Seeing some
Ghost comes out
damage
of
going down.
voice.
Sivir
Spell
does have a
shield is
flash, he has
late,
to pop
and a
it.
flash comes out.
We see
Flash
flashes on
is
both top
traded
lanes too.
as well, top side. Both the side lanes for red side struggling in these matchups.
That wall's a little bit far back. Ryze is just gonna walk forward. He knows he's got his jungler behind him, so he's safe to just want to get that wave forward.
Yep.
And
It's a
then
wave dropped on both sides. A pretty good sequence there for CBK's laners, and while all of this is happening and Graves has to cover mid, Xin Zhao has actually been able to catch up on farm, so he's actually not too far behind anymore considering what happened early.
Karma has open topside for this grub spawn. Zin's gonna have to get a reset now to spend his gold that he's caught up on. So it should probably end up being grubs across. We've also sent Sivir top lane. So there should be grubs going across, at least for some of these grubs, going into PDC's team. But Graves is also
Yeah,
just gonna
so
reset. We're gonna spend this timer of our ADC going top to reset.
yeah, honestly, I think that this is fine. In this case, they can't actually start the grubs straight away. What they're waiting for is the top wave to stack up large enough that they can get a nice push going. So by the time that Sivir gets this wave in, Graves will likely be back in time with all of his items. Yep, so they got the wave in, and then now
We see Graves
I would
and
imagine
Ryze
that
are
they
arriving
want to
first.
start. Yeah, but I think it's actually quite challenging for red side to start this, considering Karma's
Ash
condition
arrow
is
coming.
not great.
Ash arrow
And the arrow connects straight onto Karma.
No
SK
follow-up
Knight
is available.
decides that he can't do anything about it.
But we're going
Great
in, we're
wall,
catching up
and
on
Sivir
Sivir,
is
she's
left
dead,
behind.
no flash.
A 1-for-1. as
Ash has
S9
walked
goes
up to
down
mid, she's
UG.
walked all the way, so Anivia, the wave bot lane is going to get lost, and Bess is going to push it in, but we're going to put 5 members here at this grub's take. The Rise is also no
Yeah,
flash.
and something CBK really needs to be careful for here is Cassante not TPing to the bot wave.
Oh, big ulti coming in from Seraphine. Good catch on these last 2 members. 1 HP left on that Karma. But we should
Double
be able to
kill.
get these grubs and we can collect all the kills. A good
Yeah,
recovery
something
from the early game.
I was a bit concerned about there was S-Knight TPing to cover the bot wave, and then Noah TPing back up, but I think red side played it a bit angstily. They played it a bit too quick. Had they waited for a little bit, I think that they could have just conceded 1 grub and played for this next 2. But
No,
TP
TP
comes
up
out
the
of
top,
nowhere here. Will he
just
commit
to
the
stop voice
ult?
pushing.
He will not. So I'd imagine Voice here probably has his Kraken Slayer and Berserkers and will deploy back towards bot side. I think that they're going to fix their lane assignments here.
You know, Sivir has no flash, so we're seeing if we can get a little bit of a catch here, but we've got Turtle Port going towards mid.
Drake spawning in 1 minute. So see
Ash
how
going bot.
both these teams choose to contest. CBK, it is very important that they are first there. Their comp is extremely reliant on having early vision and having early setup with the Anivia and the Seraphine.
They really
It's
want
quite
to force
difficult
that
for them to
team to
walk
walk
in.
into them. Yep.
Yeah. So
We do see a full item on Ashe here before this fight, so the Ashe is going to be quite strong going into this compared to the Sivir. Seeing just a little bit of a scuffle in top lane. It's not really anything actually happening other than the wave.
yeah, I think the thing I'm concerned about for Red Side is I don't think that they can allow this game to hit late. Their champions scale very well individually, but as a composition, they're too short range to deal with Anivia, Ashe, Seraphine. So
It's
the
just
longer that
impossible to
this
walk
lane,
into these people.
yeah, but also just in terms of team fighting, all their champions can't really hit without losing a massive amount of HP. So they are electing to give this Drake. I think that this is a fine call, especially considering they have the first Drake, so they're not really on a time crunch.
Graves is going to play for top side just to take it. Graves does get seen on vision here. I think it actually just missed him on that vision plant, so he's not going to get seen. They could have collapsed in on him there and taken him down.
The junglers are just going to go back to clearing their jungle. Something that we should look at. Fire breaks out here. Ult committed. Double sums used between the Karma and the Sivir, although nothing massive lost in general. I do find it kind of weird that Sivir is electing for Yuntal this game. In these sort of game scenarios where you're not really going to be able to auto attack a lot, most Sivers will choose Essence Reaver. The red side does have quite a lot of vision, and Noah is in the middle of the river taking Scuttle Crab. He'll get stunned up. Will the ult come out?
I think Cassandre could have altered there first to get that extra time, but he might not be wanting to commit it at this time.
Yeah, there's also potential that you just ult him across the wall, and then he just flashes back out anyways.
Okay, we're seeing a fight top here. We've still got the Cassandre ultimate to try and use as a way to get out of this. He's going to try and play it, and the other team is playing onto Ryze, so we're getting some cross-map action. Cassandre is looking to get out. Ryze has already been able to exit, but we're going to play for bot turret. They've flashed the Mbessa ult, so Cassandre gets to live as well. So both side laners are getting attacked by multi-numbers. We're taking a mid-fight here now, though. We've seen a lot of Ashe coming through. We see Seraphine's ult going through, and the Ashe ult connects. We're seeing Chin Crystal Arrow getting lots of damage from Ashe, and it looks like Karma's going to be a little caught up. Ryze's going to flash forward to keep her alive, and Ashe is going to catch it out. We're getting a redive top, and it looks like Ashe is going to live in mid. We're getting the assistance from the jungle here to try and catch out. We're going to see if we can kill this Ryze now, but he is going to be alive, and Karma has to flash to safety. Overall, we lose top turret, and that'll be a first turret going across. Sahil's going to die to the mid turret. Boosted animal is down. We will get bot turret though, so we've traded turrets, but first turret goes across. And that's going to be feats to PDC.
Quite a surmountable gold lead in the jungle here. Boosted Animal is yet to have his first item, as he's elected to get Merc Treads very early on into the game. Noah is going in onto Cadence. Flashes traded between the bottom line and Cadence. He will just walk on out of that. So no flashes all around the board. The only flash currently up right now is with Voice, and I think this does benefit CBK quite a lot since they have so many tools to catch people out. I think that they need to start getting a bit more proactive with these Ashe ults and Seraphine ults. Start looking onto people with no flashes, like Karma and Ryze.
We know that everyone on the enemy team has no flash right now. We should be trying to use this.
Yeah,
arrow
like
to
this
catch
looks
them.
like a good
This calm is
opportunity if
illegal.
they can. Yep, very nicely done there. Calm will
Nice.
go down. SK Knight would take the kill. That should be Herald to CBK.
We do see both mid laners opting for the scaling build. I've heard Cadence refer to this Anivia build as the no damage build, because he's not going to do damage until 4 items. We're seeing a fight
great
mid
fight.
here, and Lebonite's going to go down, and so is Siva. No flashes, they have no escape when that Anivia wall came down. So we're going to see more catches. We're going to teleport to bot lane with Cassante now that fight's over, see if we can catch this out. We do have Cassante's ultimate, so let's try and see if we can get anything back. He's going to fight, but the Ambassador's just going to do plenty of damage because he has that equipped stun. And we're just going to get caught out mid and die. We're just caught.
I'm not
So
sure what
walk
happened
up
there.
and press
Maybe he
W.
maybe he DC'd, but that means this now becomes contestable. Zinzao should be able to secure it with a
Rise got
smite.
it.
Rise
The eye
gets
on the
it.
back.
The fight begins. Rise no flash. Can they make
TPing
something
Ambessa
happen?
in,
Findo
Ambessa
is
has
very
ultimate. Looks like Zen's just going to go down. We're trying to do some damage with Anivia. We've got Ambessa showing up though to do a lot, and this is really unfortunate. Getting caught on that mid wave has caused a lot of problems in this sequence here.
Yeah. Complete disaster for CBK. On top of that, the Lobotomite will likely invade Boost
Lobotomite's
Animal's
taking
bot
Dragon,
side
it looks
and
like.
takes the Drake at the same time. So overall, they pick up every single objective on the map. It all begins with the pick on mid. I think if it was a DC though, we likely would have seen a pause.
Pause. Okay, we're seeing some damage come through. We get a kill back onto Siva for this turret. We're going to flash forward and get a kill back onto Karma as well. So we get another kill, double kill in mid here. So we can try and see if we can push this to get a turret back.
Yep,
We lost
so
on,
that should be a trade. Rise ult's coming out mid here to cover the turret.
So we've got
I think
Seraphine here to
CBK
join
can
on mid.
honestly look for something to happen on this timer.
Okay, we're
either
ulting onto
top
this Ambassador
or-
top, but our Zinzao's not here, so we don't have the follow-up. I think Zin could have been walking up river there if we had the communication going.
Yeah, no, it does have the flash as well. He
Looks
will
like
get
Zin's going to
slowed up.
arrive just in time though, but
It's a
just
solo
watch the
kill
death.
for SK Knight.
Solo, bolo.
Very nicely done there.
Our next objective is Arakan in 2 minutes. So that's going to be on the top side as well. So I want to see these lanes going up towards top, and I'd really need to see CBK get rid of this top turret, because not having that top turret next to Arakan makes it so much harder to contest. If that turret's still there, it's just such a safe place for them to try and walk in from.
Yeah, I
Can't
think
really
they do need to break the mid turret first. It is quite hard to pressure side
with
lanes
that.
when the mid tower is still up, simply because the waves bounce quicker. So you always have more accessibility and a safer point to play higher up in mid, meaning you can rotate a lot quicker than the enemy team.
We're going to see
So
no
flashes
TPs
are
from
up.
either tops, either.
Yep. Flashes
Knights
are up
should
for
come
pretty
out.
much everyone except for Graves. Ash as well does not have flash, so
We're playing
get
some
some
bot side
interesting
turret
fights.
here. So we can see they've got 4 members approaching for bot lane turret here. Arakan's 45 seconds, so they're going to look to try and burn this quick and run up and trade for the top turret here. But Ryze is going to do a decent job of trying to clear out the wave.
Yep. And the Realm Warp
Pulling
is
it away.
available.
Oh, we're a little bit just too slow on quite getting that. Okay, so we're in the PDC run up, so they're going to reset and run straight out. They've got 20 seconds to make it to this Arakan side. We do have first wave push coming through from this, but Ryze is getting caught out. He has to flash to safety. The arrow connects, and it's going to go down on Ryze.
Yeah, very nicely done by CBK there, using the vision trap.
Ambassador's going into the backline. Graves is on hitting. He's hitting. They're getting a lot of damage in. We have to flash back out. We've got lots of damage, and this is going to be a wipe, it looks like, coming through. See what Cassante can do on the back, but we maybe go just that one step too far forward for that turret, and we get wiped in front of Arakan.
Yeah, they're simply not respecting the rotation out of red side. after they take the bot tier 2. There was a window to catch Rise, but the tower is overstaying their tempo. Red side punishes very well. On top of that, they also based and had a lot of gold, so managed to buy a lot of items.
And once again, we get a catch just before our objective timer, and we go down.
Yeah. Although, I think the saving grace for CBK currently is that Ashe is very close to the IE, and perhaps once she has that, she can do a bit more damage in these fights and carry the fights. Again, Graves is very fed, but I think Graves is quite short-ranged in this comp, and it can make it quite difficult for him to play these fights, particularly when he doesn't have access to the flash.
We also do see Nivea starting to spike here. So they've got the Seraphs completed, so does Rise. We're about to see a 10th stack on Roa come through. But we're going to get a fight come through first. So we're getting the Rise ult coming in to cut off the team here, but the Rise isn't going in alone. His team is not going to follow through, and he's just going to go down.
And he spawns the Herald as well. So small win for CBK. We have a Drake in 30 seconds. Rise, no TP. And he will be late for the spawn, so
no TP, no
see whether or not CBK can make this work. With the numbers advantage, they should be able to set up vision.
We can see that Graves and Mbessa are on the flank though, so they're not going to come in from one angle like CBK want them to. And they do have some vision.
Voice needs to be very careful here.
Graves is just going to jump forward and get hit by Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Seraphine gets one shot, but Graves is living through it with all the shields. We're trying to see if we can get the damage through with Ashe here. We're getting lots through. And Nivea Ashe, we see if Cassante can live. He's broken.
Yeah, and the damage is just not enough from Voice yet. He's not able to shred through the Mbessa fast enough.
Rise is on his way back through. Graves is on our backline here. We have to turn back onto him. We get the turn. Rise is walking
really
in.
well played by Voice.
But Rise is here to finish off any last bits of damage. We don't have the health bars to really contest the rest of this dragon, so it is going to go over with the Rise finishing his return.
That's the third Drake. The red side now, putting them on soul point. Again, this mid-tier 1 is still standing for the red side, making it very difficult for CBK to find any form of deep vision. I think if
what
you
I'd
look
like
at the vision
to see
lines,
is just, if we can just get this bot wave sorted, we just sort our top and bot waves, make sure they're ready. And I just want to see a 5-man mid. Just force that turret down. Like, get rid of it.
yeah, I agree. I think they
like,
just
if you
need
just
to
show up
push
with
out
5 members,
side lane.
they're not going to be able to stop you.
Yeah, just overload the mid tower. So 4k gold lead, but Ashe is now 3.5 items. She did pick up a pretty big shutdown from Graves there as well. But I think that the gold difference in jungle is where the main difference is between these two teams. Graves sitting on 3 items. Roosted Animal sitting on 1.5.
4,000 gold ahead on their Graves.
Yeah. Voice is currently single-handedly keeping the gold lead within a reasonable distance.
I see Rise ulting in. We get the flash ult from Seraphine onto this Rise. Once again, he realm warps in only to get caught out.
Yeah, I think that these realm warps are starting to get a bit overzealous. There's now 3 deaths in a row.
With
Now
this mid
Cadence
laner
actually has a CS lead.
With this mid laner for Prodigy's Daycare, Rise really isn't the sort of champion we typically see him on. He's very much an assassin sort of mid lane player. So we saw him on the Zed last game. We've been banning Akali from him in game 1 as well. He usually plays things like Yone, Echo. So these sort of control mages or battle mages like Rise, they're not really the comfort that I'd expect to see him on. So I'm not surprised to see that he, in this mid-game sort of part, late game, he's not really sure what his job is. He's trying to still be an assassin and jump in and kill someone.
Yeah. Honestly, what I really want to see from CBK with these sort of picks is when they're pressuring towers, they can dive the people under the towers, especially with Mbessa showing on the side like that. Force some sort of pressure. Use your Anivia to force the flashes.
So early Xin Zhao ultimate to preserve health, make sure the Rise can't do enough damage back into him. It also deters Ambassador from going in on him as a catch. We do get the Karma's Flash here, and we did get that mid turret finally on this push. So we did see them push out the side waves and just force that mid push after that kill.
Yeah, CBK really just needs to base soon though. Finder currently has no wards. Red side has all the vision set up towards the Nasher, and
Again,
most of CBK is sitting on quite a lot of gold. So if this fight is to happen towards the Nash, I would imagine that it's not going to be very good for CBK.
we get a really good Seraphine ult here. We're getting lots of damage coming through. We change Crystal
Yeah,
Arrow,
redemption
does
comes
connect
through.
onto Rise. Rise is trying to ult back in, see if we can get anyone, but we do not go through on the portal. And I really like that Prodigy's Daycare here is just threatening this Baron to ensure that we can't have CBK reset. It is not allowed to reset because we're just threatening position with Baron. Rise is going to get caught out by a wall. We'll see how much damage we can get done onto him, but we see S-Knight go in and get killed very quickly. He was on a lot of money, so now we're going to look to threaten this Baron once again. We've used all of our ultimates here for CBK, so we're a little bit limited
Yeah,
on
again,
ways to
just
get into this.
all eyes on Voice here. He's sitting on 4 items. He's extremely strong, and I think that the red side really needs to respect how much damage he's going to do. If they don't, he
Baron
will
has
shred
reset.
through them by himself.
Voice is getting so much damage down on Ambassador, he's just going to start running these people down who don't have flashes. And Nivea wall goes through and stops us from chasing, but we're able to get some damage onto this Rise. Nivea's wall's down. Rise gets to flash out. Then Nivea wall was a little bit unfortunate there and completely blocked off his own team.
Yeah, still well done by CBK there, acknowledging the fact that they
Can
do
start the
have the
Baron
damage to
ourselves.
fight with Ashe. Yes, they can. S-Knight's TP isn't up, but the tempo is just simply so bad from red side that there's no way for them to contest.
We've
And
got
we have
Dragon in
soul
30
spawning
seconds
in
as well.
34 seconds. Yep, so they should base here. I have no idea what Xin Zhao is building currently. I saw a BF sword. I think he's opting for a Phage into GA combo. I've never seen it. It might be the new technology that's been invented this season.
Starts
I
a
will
Black Cleaver,
admittedly
decides he
say
doesn't
I
want it
have
and wants a
not been
GA.
playing that much this season, so I'm not up to date. But
I think what's happened here is he started building a Black Cleaver and realized that he's so far behind that he's useless, and he may as well just be a one-way trip. If he's going to take a
yeah,
one-way trip, he may as well have a GA for it.
honestly, fair enough. The vision
Rise is
setup
looking to
here
quarterback
isn't
in.
great. Okay,
Investors
great
in on the
double
back
dive
line.
here.
They're really just kiting us back out, but the Ambassador is going to go down. The Dragon does get taken, so it's Dragon Soul across. Rise is going to get clipped by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. He's getting CC'd up, but we trade 2 for the Soul. Hex Soul being very strong. We're going to try and
Yep.
take mid-push here while we've got the track first, and try and get up to it with our Baron. We don't have either side pushed out, so it's just going to be this one turret most likely. But we do have a little bit of a wave here coming through, so we might try and get in here because Siva's going to have a
Yeah.
hard time walking up to the wave to actually clear it off.
I think that they should really try to dive here. They can look for an end here if they can force a dive to happen. They have no
They're gonna
side
keep going
waves, so
forward.
they
They're gonna
need
keep
to,
going
if they
forward.
want to end, they need to force through mid with the Anivia wall.
Oh,
Yeah,
big!
this is great.
Siva flashed into it.
Yep, Siva goes down. Lobotomide
I
will
think
also
all
go
them
down,
downs
and
gonna
that should be the
It
game.
should be game. It should be the game.
Yeah, really well done towards the end there by CBK, recognizing that they have the numbers to dive and forcing something to happen with a high utility comp. Very nicely done.
Finder able to find that big Seraphine ult to finish things off. Alright, so that's going to be our game 2 with... I think the game was a lot harder than it needed to be for CBK with that comp advantage. We can see all of the work done by this Ashe. Holy.
Yeah, again, I think that like CBK did draft very nicely, and they did play very well towards the end. The mid pick where Voice was just hitting the mid tower was interesting. Perhaps the DC, not entirely sure what happened there, but I also think that they kind of just need to send it. They have so much utility with this Anivia and this Ashe and this Seraphine. They have so many options to force plays to happen, and they're often getting picks and then sort of starting a siege and just watching people sit under the tower when they can just dive them. I think towards the end there, when they realized that their Ashe actually does do damage, that they can just force a dive the way that they did with the numbers advantage. But yeah, overall, pretty good game from both sides.
All right, so we'll see what we get for game 3 here. We're up to 1-1. It's going to be a best of 5, so we'll see how we go for the rest of the series. But we'll be back shortly.
Summoner's Rift.
Okay, we're back for game 3 here. It's 1-1 on the scoreboard. We're taking our Braum for a strong invade at level 1 here. Getting this bot control again. This looks very similar, so I hope for MA that it doesn't go the same way as level 1 before. We don't see Trundle starting in the Nocturne's topside, so they're going to get some vision, and Singe is looking for possible proxy position. They're not warding.
Minions have spawned.
Okay. I'm just going to walk the Singed out. Singe gets a ward down. So we're going to see his Nocturne start, but Trundle doesn't want to fight him level 1. And we're going to clear this bot side vision out from Nautilus. So there's only one ward in... There's no wards left for bot lane. But bot laners both used their vision control. And Caitlyn's actually the one who went sweeper, not Nautilus. I've not seen the Yasuo vs Mel matchup too often, so I'll be interested to see how this ends up going. But Mel is an abomination of a champion, so she probably just wins. Let me fix the scoreboard. Also playing very forward here, he gets clipped by the E, we're going to see if he gets a knock up. Cadence is against a wall, so it should. And Singe is going to look to collect top wave. It's all pretty standard here, both junglers just clearing. Getting a little bit of bot control coming through. We did also have both teams make sure that there's no streamer mode, so everyone's name is now presenting properly. Ezreal Braum is getting a good amount of control in this early game, so we're going to see what ends up happening when the junglers come bot lane, because we're getting close to both junglers being full cleared down. They're pretty much in parity of each other. So Trundle should be bot lane just slightly before this Nocturne is, but... And he has a shorter distance to go to get to the Scuttle Crab. So we're going to see both junglers possibly having a little bit of a fight, but I don't want to see our Nocturne just walking into this Scuttle Crab unwillingly, or unknowingly. Ooh, we're going to see some wards placed, so we're going to find this Nocturne. We know where he is, and Trundle's going to get a double scuttle. Singe has to pop Ghost, but gets away with a wave forward. Nocturne's just going to show on the mid wave too. And yeah, that's a pretty free double scuttle for this Trundle in the early game. That little bit of better clear optimization is going to get him there first.
Apologies, I am back now.
Welcome back. We're seeing Trundle get double scuttle and bot lane's just getting a little bit of priority, but it's been pretty standard gaming otherwise.
Yeah, this is a pretty rough matchup for Nocturne. Trundle tends to be a bit of a jungle bully, kind of do whatever he feels like doing. Although I am a bit concerned about the draft here from CBK. Very low engage comp mixed with a Nocturne in there. I think Nocturne might struggle a little bit with trying to find angles to use his ultimate, although if he can use the first couple ults to find nice engages and get his team a lead, then perhaps they can make the comp work, but
I believe the
overall,
Nocturne is just going to be... It's just comfort for Boosted Animal. It's one of his sort of more common picks in these sort of games. So if they need an early pick jungler in game 3, where Xin Zhao's gone, Wukong banned, Xin Zhao gone, he's usually going to default to that. They haven't really picked anything to follow it up or support it. It's kind of hard to display. We're just going to walk at this Yasuo mid lane. We're fighting in mid here onto him, but he gets out without having to use his flash. We're using a lot of our Nocturne time on this play and not getting our level 6. Bot lane's going to get caught out with that and die as well at the same time. Trundle's just getting to finish his clear. It's a really big commitment to that mid play for a Nocturne to make, who's also been double scuttled. So we're not going to have ulti anywhere near in time for this dragon. So Trundle's just going to hit the dragon. He's got full bot pressure. Oh, good flash from S-Knight to follow. But we're chasing a Singed, so he's going to teleport out. Oh! He gets out. We're going to check the dragon, but we're just too late.
Yep, and a nice gold lead secured as well as the first Drake for red side.
Trundle's currently 3 camps up from Double Scuttle and Drake, and we really got, because of how long we spent on mid, that was basically, we got nothing out of this Drake. Like, we didn't get top scuttle, we didn't get enemy red buff respawn while the Trundle wasn't on map. We pressured mid a little bit, but didn't actually get much out of that. We gave our Mel a little bit of space to breathe. Feels like not a good exchange. We are moving Finder up first, so Finder's going to be moving up towards the grub spawn about 45 seconds before it's up, while Nautilus is going to stay bot for a little while. He hasn't shown yet on this vision. Yasuo is going to respect the possibility of people being here though, and so is Nautilus and bot lane. This is going to go forward though, gets caught up, but he's going to be able to E back to a minion that he was aware of. Aatrox though, not quite respecting the possibility of a Trundle being in this top side. He doesn't have flash. He's going to get pillared.
Yep. No ult available as well. TP from Braum's coming out here.
Up. This should cancel the play out.
Yeah, and a great use of Unsealed Spellbook there.
That rune is fair and balanced for those who can use it.
Yeah, grubs have spawned, and we do have a movement from Prodigy, who has the first move here.
See a flashback from both flashes traded between support and mid. Trying to see if we can get some damage down. We can see Nautilus is very low, and we've now used Yasuo's ultimate. We're seeing Nocturne ult in, trying to see if we can get Aatrox damage down. Singed is now walking in from top, full health into this. This is going to be a cleanup. And that's one down. And it should be dragon done. Just try and walk boosted animal out. And that should be 3 grubs going across to Prodigy's Daycat.
Yeah, very nice move there. Red side figured that Braum was not bot, considering he showed on the mid wave, so they pushed hard and rotated as 2. That meant that they had the priority through bot lane. Voice is unable to help his team. So the consequent 5v4 is going to go the way of the red side. Now they have a 1.5k gold lead and both early neutrals, so pretty comfortable spot to be in for the red side.
The Singed is just sort of playing his own game. He's been able to get a pretty hefty CS lead and hasn't died in response until possibly now. We'll see if he's going to go down. We get flip and he's just going to run away. This guy has played some Singed in his time from what I'm seeing.
It's like a 6-pack enjoyer.
No, he's put points in queue. 6-pack doesn't. Puts all his points in.
Moving back to the game. Very nice trade there from CBK's bot lane. Means that Prodigy and Dijin at a health disadvantage.
We do see about
There's a bit of a
few waves of CS advantage for Voice as well from that move.
Yeah. Also does mean that Caitlyn's wave state here is pretty uncomfortable. She's sort of forced to base there, because she's not sure if Nocturne can alter with the wave that's frozen. Findo tanks 2 turret shots and the Nautilus ult. That also means that Nautilus ult will not be up the Infernal Drake that's spawning in 1 minute.
I'm not sure if I want to fight this bot lane, but we can see if we can get a lot of damage into this Trundle. We know he has no flash, so as long as we don't get killed on Findo, this is nice.
Yeah, a really nice play there by Boost Animal, just hovering his bot lane while they push it out, make sure that they're safe, and punishing the Trundle for a bit of a angsty play prior to the Drake spawning. The
Importantly,
death
we didn't need to
itself,
use the Paranoia for that either, so we've still got Nocturne ult for objective time.
yep. The sports have now traded ults, which now means that it will be a lot more contestable for the red side. When this Drake spawns, Ignite gets popped by Noah with the unsealed spellbook. And a trade of ults as well for both top laners.
Interestingly, for this top matchup, Singed ult actually gives you grievous wounds. So
Yep.
Singed ult will actually make the Aatrox a lot worse in those later situations as well, in team fights if Singed and Aatrox are together.
Yep. Red side has first move into the river, just solely because of the mid pro. Yasuo is able to get into Mel. That means that they're going to have first vision set up onto this Drake. They're just going to start it. I would imagine that CBK will probably just give this. I don't really see an angle for them to contest. With Ezreal
Might
just
see
coming
Nocturne
out of
try and fly in
base.
for a steal, but
Yeah, Mel is also very I think best choice here is just to give.
we're also losing plates on the other side of the map though, so we're just sort of standing there watching. We're not even hitting our own camps, we are just actually just watching them do it. So feels like it was
Yeah, an
a bit of
interesting
indecisive
choice
there.
as well by SK Knight not to commit the TP here. So he drops a full cannon wave, but again, the strongest point of this team is definitely Voice, and he can carry them. And he has created quite a big lead for himself over Prodigy. And Noah is just going to opt for the proxy. Not too much that S Knight can do about this without the Nocturne pressure. But I think realistically it's not really useful for Nocturne to ult.
Yeah, you really
The
don't want to be
Singed.
wasting time on this Singed.
Yeah, I mean you can pick up a kill if you're Nocturne potentially, but kills on Nocturne this game don't really do too
Relevant.
much. Yeah, you want to get your Ezreal ahead, so you want to make sure that you're using your ultimates accordingly. Yeah, really nice chunk there from Voice.
chunk onto
Using
Caitlyn.
QWR combo means
And
that
Normal's
Prodigy
also
will
getting
have
pretty
to
chunked
respect. Yep. Prodigy will base here. He has to respect the fact that he can get dove off that chunk. That means that we'll get a decent amount of plates in the bot lane. Ezreal is extremely good at taking plates. He has the attack speed passive
Yeah, it's Triforce
and also his
included.
W. Yep. So good amount of gold coming in here, as well as a
Gonna
50
keep
CS
off the
lead.
wave,
I
keep
think.
passive.
Yeah, I think the gold lead bot would be pretty big at this point. Maybe about 1,000.
Yep,
Yeah, 1.2.
1,200.
And
Singed is nearly about 800 gold ahead.
yeah, same
Everywhere
with
else is pretty
same with Yasuo. Okay, gang coming out of top side. SK Knight does have the
Knight's
flash
getting
and the
down
ult. It's the flash, lands a two-man queue. Lobotomite flashes in and secures a kill. Very nicely played by Lobotomite.
Lobotomite's gonna help with the wave here. We're gonna see a turret push. We've got Triforce done on Trundle. This turret's gonna go down quick. We're gonna make sure that we get feats on that turret.
Yeah. Not too much that CBK can do about that after the death, so I think they'll elect to just complete their full clear and farm their minions. Shojin first item here for SK Knight. It's an interesting choice, in my opinion. Eclipse or hold that thought.
So
Ult
fight
comes
bot lane,
out,
trying to catch
flash
that
comes
Nautilus.
in.
Nautilus
They're
can't
standing
get
on
the
the
auto attack
blast
onto the blast cone.
cone. And a kill picked up by Cadence. Very nicely done there. No trade towers here. Prodigy is a little bit exposed with his positioning, but
Yeah, Braum's
Lobotomite
coming
will
in
be
behind.
here.
We're trying to see if we can catch out Lobotomite. Lobotomite's no flash. He is tagged by Braum, but we're seeing Singed come in to help support this off, and there's no pressure
Yeah,
on the
this
top
is
side.
a very
Caitlyn
nice
trap
room
gets
here.
triggered, and looks like Finder's going to go down, but we're going to see if we get Lobotomite
Lobotomite's
in
no
reply.
flash from the top gank, and he will go down.
Prodigy's
A great
getting
Q
flashed
flash.
You need one more connect. Ooh, good blocking from Noah there. Keeps Prodigy up. Oh, it looks like Voice is going to go down though. He's getting clipped in. He went just one bit too far to try and catch it.
At the very least, CBK
They don't
should
get the
get this
turret.
bot tower. They should get it. It's on 1 HP. Flash in.
Singe just full health. I think Singe can keep the wave from hitting the turret. As long as Singe stops the wave from hitting the turret, then there's nothing.
I think he will need to commit sums, no?
No, he gets the wave and
Wow.
he's able to walk away.
Noah is the GOAT. But I think SK Knight can stay here. It depends whether or not they really want this Herald. If they do, then SK Knight can just base and then run towards the top side and let Cadence cover bot.
Cadence is covering bot, so it looks like we're going to fight.
Okay,
mid a little
Yasuo
bit,
all
find the
committed
thing
mid, full
So
finder.
is Nautilus.
Same.
Nocturne ult is being used. We really don't have that much follow yet. So Ezreal's ulting over the top. We're trying to see if we can get this Yasuo kill. It is going to go down. Jin's going to go down next. He's very low. And flash out to save boosted animal
Yeah,
from the bottom
lethal
right.
tempo fully stacked here for Voice, so he is a bit of a machine gun turret. Boosted
Importantly,
animal
we can see
full base.
Rom has finished redemption on this back now, and the Nautilus has gone for a locket. So we've got some differences in combat stats, but that redemption active is a lot more powerful than that locket one at this point.
Yep. Voice just found a really nice trade onto Prodigy as well. So Prodigy will base, they will have prior on this wave, and that will likely mean that they will have the first move towards this Drake. I think SK Knight really does need to move down here if they want to make sure that they get the Drake. Let Voice
see
push
him
the
moving
mid
down
wave,
now.
and then SK Knight can take over the mid wave afterwards. Yeah, this is very nice. Now they should just start the Drake, and then they can rotate back towards mid, and then look for the Herald as well, since
We're TPing
red side
Yasuo
is
in.
opting to contest. The Jin is caught in no man's land. He is tanking it up. Hook
Yasuo's
connects
ulted into
onto
the back
S
line.
Knight.
S Knight's taking a lot of damage, but he is Aatroxing it back up to full health. Oh, we see Brom go down. Aatrox is also going to go down. We see the Dragon going the way of Prodigy's Daycare, and Boost Animals down. See if Cadence can get enough damage into this back. He's able to execute with passive. Voice going in, trying to get the last hits as well. Voice is doing a lot of damage. Can he clean up the Nautilus? He needs to connect some spells to get his E back up. Oh, not quite able to get the Q. Knowing Voice, he is definitely going to go send it for this.
He auto Q.
Yep. Oh, not quite able to get the kill, but he does get the Nautilus ult out.
Yeah, really, really well played by Cadence there. While the fight was starting onto S Knight and Voice, Cadence was there stacking
Singe
up
is
his
just gonna
passive.
run at him though. He's out of mana completely, and Singe has popped Ghost and Ultimate, and he used
He
heal.
does
from
have the
move speed as well.
barrier.
He's just
Chooses
gonna
not
go
to
down.
use it, and he will go down.
If he uses barrier there, I think he goes 1 for 1.
Yeah, I think so as well, but it might have not been up yet. An interesting choice here to start the Herald.
They know Singed isn't going to be here, and they have numbers, but they've got Voice
No,
down, which is where most of
They're
their
out.
strength is, so they're
Yeah, they're
relying on Mel.
down. Yeah, I think that this
We're gonna
is
drop mid-turret
an
for
interesting
this.
play.
We're not going to be able to take it, and we're just going to drop mid-turret, and now Trundle's going to walk into River and take over on the Herald.
Yeah, they did manage to stall enough time for this Herald, where Voice has spawned.
That was a lot of Caitlyn headshots.
Yep. And they would trade the mid tower for the bot tier 1. So overall, not a bad trade. I think CBK will probably be looking to fight, you know, the infamous Caitlyn trough of the mid game, where she just becomes completely useless.
She's gone Wild
between
Arrows
the-
rather than Collector as well, so it doesn't ease that transition, so Wild Arrows
Yeah,
scale
so
up.
yeah, the 1 to 3 item mark normally is when Caitlyn tends to struggle until she has 3 items. Looks like a lot of pings are coming out mid.
We're looking for a mid
Looking
fight with
for
Flash
an
ulting
engage.
the Braum, doesn't quite connect.
Yep, Caitlyn will just net out of that. But I think this is really nice, really good to see from CBK. They're recognizing the fact that Ezreal's 2 item power spike is insanely strong. And on top of that, Caitlyn is insanely useless at this point in the game. So any fight at this point is extremely beneficial for CBK.
Nocturne's ulting and going in, we're seeing a lot of damage coming over the top. Aatrox
Jin
flashing
pops the
forward,
flash straight
disconnects.
away. SK Knight takes him down and will trade his life.
We're seeing a lot
Finder
of
was
damage
caught in
coming
no
back now,
man's
though.
land.
Boost Animals down, Voice is getting caught up by Noah, and Yasuo is going in. We don't end up winning that fight.
Yeah, an interesting way to start the fight there. Committing ult from
I really
Nocturne as
don't
well
like
as
Nocturne ulting forward. It's so hard to
yeah,
play in this comp. There's not like everyone has to flash to follow you in. Like S9 had to flash to try and get Qs to follow in. Voice is trying to make a very desperate play here, but oh, you're supposed to flash to follow it. But they're gonna lose
that'll be
Adakan off
Adakan
this.
gone as well. Yeah. So I mean the fight goes wrong mostly because boosted animal commits the Nocturne ult onto Djinn, who has flash. If he doesn't have flash, it's a lot better. But on top of that, S Knight committed his Q3 flash to kill Djinn. Meaning that there's not really many options left to deal with the Singed. If you watch what happened, Singed pretty much just ran through the entire team, dropping his poison onto 5 people. And
He's
after
got
that, the fight
Rylai's,
was a
he's
bit of a
got
disaster for
Liandry's,
them.
he's
Yeah.
got upgraded swiftness boots. He is gonna be a really big menace in these team fights at this point because Mel doesn't really have anything to reflect on him. They don't have anything point and click to really deal with him. Ezreal's
Yep.
not going to chew through him that quickly. So
Yep.
he's going to be a really hard time dealing with the Singe because he's just going to run away from everyone. He's going to space Aatrox. If he's playing correctly, Mel should be pretty dodgeable for him because he's got enough move speed. And his
Yeah,
flip
Noah
is a
has
guaranteed
actually
Yasuo ult.
also elected for a Magi's this
The murder
game.
book. Let's
10
go.
stacks on Dark Seal. Although I will say this is a very interesting choice because if Singe does die, the gold swing is going to be massive. You're talking about a 1k gold shutdown and 10 stacks lost. That's a lot of gold
He is
lost
starting to
overall.
opt for a chain burst, so we'll see him start to go like a dead man's plate here, most likely.
Yeah. But they do have options. MA really just needs to find a fight where they're able to fight front to back. They don't want to dive with this comp. They don't have the engage for it.
We're seeing the Singe just running amok in the backline once again. Voice is just getting solo killed by this Singe, and we're
Yeah,
seeing
Noah
him be a really
is
big problem.
absolutely cooking
No
them
one can do any
here.
damage to him. He gets a double kill, and he's aiming for that triple.
Yep.
The Noah Singe
And
is being very strong.
oh, and
he
it
does
will go
to Mel,
down.
though.
Okay, that is a massive gold shutdown to Mel. He loses
Still
10
12
stacks.
stack on Medjai's. Still 12 left on Medjai's because he just got a lot of stacks in that fight. But they've dropped Herald though. They're just going to look to end this game.
8
They're
seconds
going
till
to use
Ezreal
Herald as an
spawns.
exit. Yep. Alright.
Oh,
Whoops.
and he crashed it. Lots of question mark pings coming out.
Whoopsies. We're going to go straight to the dragon, or are we going to take a reset here? Looks like
I
Trundle,
think that
Caitlyn
they
are going to
should
start
just
dragon.
take it. Yeah.
This game is now quite difficult for MA because they don't have any ways to start fights, and the fights that, like Prodigy's Daycare can just choose what fights they opt into at this point because they're so ahead. So
Yep.
it's going to become very difficult for MA because they can't really choose what fights to take anymore.
Yeah, they don't really have many options to deal with this Singed anymore, simply because he's so far ahead that the initial CC won't actually kill him. So Noah is kind of running amok in the backlines right now, and there's not many options to deal with him.
We've picked up teleport for our Braum, so we're seeing it being used to teleport to top lane, counteracting this play. Yasuo's gone too far forward, and he's going to get countered back by the 3 people here. He has to die. Okay,
And
he does
he's
go down
out of there.
eventually, but we can see they lived long enough that we're going to get the collapse back into top lane. So it looks like all 3 of these team members are probably just going to go down in response.
Yep, Voice is a bit too far away here to actually do anything to counteract this.
Caitlyn on 1
And
HP
Prodigy
left.
will just mow them down.
Caitlyn's got 2
Yeah,
items, she's nearly at
Played
3.
by Yasuo there, utilizing the wave to make sure that he can stall enough time for his team to rotate. It's very nicely played by him. We're getting a bit of a skirmish between SK Knight and Noah over the Krugs. But ultimately, it's relatively meaningless.
Enlist has asked
We
if
do-
we have a Skarner game from Sahil yet. Booster Animal has not
Nope.
picked its Skarner yet. It is still open in the Fearless. So we'll see if it gets picked in game 4 or 5. I don't
Yep,
think
we have
Skarner was that
Nash
great this game.
actually spawning here, so very nicely started by the red side. I think it's a good read of their tempo. And it should be pretty free. I don't really see a way that CBK can actually do anything about this.
No, it's just going to go down. There's no vision. There's no wave control. It just has to go down. Yasuo's going to play forward here. While his team's on that Baron. Feels a little bit too
Flash is
forward here.
available. He's very
He used
tanky
it.
with the spell book. With the shield burst, sorry.
I feel Yasuo played
Yeah,
a little bit too
Jin
forward
hooks
there
in.
when his team is known positioned to be on Baron. So he does get killed, which helps stall out this Baron a little bit. But we do have Caitlyn sieging and Nautilus for trying to dive if they try and hold up any position. So we still have plenty of ability to get this. And we've got both side waves for red side coming into tier 2 turrets. So Noah's going to prep this top one. And Trundle's going to go hit a red buff.
Yeah, this is pretty bad death actually by Yasuo here. He does lose a lot of value in the Baron for his team, simply because now they can't push, and they're forced to actually take a reset and wait until their waves come back again. So it's ultimately like a 2-minute stall overall. Very good for CBK. They can stall the game out, hopefully get a bit more farm. That being said, I do think that they get outscaled. The only saving grace late game I would say is this Mel, but it is quite difficult for Mel to play this game.
Trying to catch out in the Singe, but we're knock ulting onto Singe, who's just going to run away. And we're really not able to do anything at all here.
Yeah,
We
this
just have
Singe
no
is
way to answer this
invincible.
man. He's got a dead man's plate. He's flashing in. He's looking to try and end the game here.
And he's
He
out of
lives
there.
for Mel ult,
Wow, Noah is 1v9ing this, and I think that
carrying a
this game
Singe.
is just completely done. They will end mid here. I'm interested to know what's the gold lead top.
It is... it's just double.
Holy moly.
He just has double his gold.
Yeah, casually, as you do. A singed masterclass from Noah means that red side leads 2-1.
Okay, so we can see the Singe damage, 29,000, more than anyone else in the game. That Singe pick really did not have an answer come through. I really don't like picking Nocturne that early if we're not going to pick anything that goes with it. Like, if we're not going to pick... Like, if we're picking Nocturne Aatrox, our bot lane has to do something that goes with it. Because we've already locked in Mel. I would
Yeah, I
have wanted
agree.
to see... Like, we don't want to lock in
I
an
think
Ornn because they've
a
got a
much better
Trundle.
pick here would have been the Varus, and just play
Yeah.
Varus with an engaged support here. And that
Yeah, you
way
go
you
like
can just
Varus
follow up
Leona
the
or something.
Nocturne with your ult, your Q. You have a lot of options to engage from range. It also gives you a lot more options for dealing with Singed and Trundle. I do understand why they might have chosen Ezreal if they knew that Yasuo is a Yasuo player. I don't know his champ pool, but um, either way, I do think I agree that the Nocturne does feel very homeless this game. He doesn't really have much that he can do. If he's ulting in, he's probably just killing himself in game.
Yeah, it's really it's not playable for Nocturne this game. Like who can you actually ult this game without just getting killed? You can't. Like you can try
Yeah,
and catch
I
someone
agree.
on top on a side in very early or mid game if Yasuo oversteps, but ulting a Singed is a waste of time, and the Caitlyn Nautilus are just going to peel you off because you've got no one else going in with you. It's just unplayable.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. It's a rough time to be Nocturne in this game.
All right, let's see what they can bring together for game four. We've got 2-1, so we'll see if Prodigy's Daycare can close out the series or if we'll go to game five. But in the meantime, we will go to a break. Two. Alright, so we've got the draft for game 4 coming through. We're seeing Mordekaiser banned. We're also, for the first time in the series, we have MA on red side. So they lost and selected red this time. Now that we're getting later in a Fearless, red starts feeling a lot better. Kindred and Kiana banned. We'll see what we're getting on our first pick here. We're starting to go a bit deeper into champion pools. All your sort of
Yep.
primary junglers at this point are gone, except maybe Pantheon, but I really don't rate Pantheon anymore.
I feel like the priority on Varus here should be very high,
Wukong.
considering the champs that are out. I feel like Varus is insanely strong.
You see, Wukong is the last of our primary junglers to get picked, and it looks like
Yep.
Voice has locked in the Varus first, and we're just gonna pick a
Yep.
Sejuani
And I
alongside
want to
it.
see, yeah, Sejuani or Vi, I think would be very, very good here. And you just pair this with a engaged support. I think Rel and Alistar will likely be the bot laners that we see. We'll see who elects for what.
You
I
can
would
go for
imagine that
Leona. Leona
PDC,
with Sedge is great.
yeah, that's true as well. So what's the response from PDC here? Maybe a Jhin. I think Jin's pretty good. They could even elect for
Ooh,
Corki here as well,
they're
actually.
hovering the Callista.
Now
We're
this is
gonna
interesting.
see like a
I
Callista
feel like
Renata get
I
locked
feel like
through.
this is not possible.
Callista into Varus. We just go
Wow,
lethality and
okay,
sit
very,
far
very
away.
interesting. So now you have an interesting situation. What do you take support? Because if you take Renata, you have Renata Wukong, which is kind of a suboptimal pairing. So I think if you're MA, you just take an engaged support, unless
Well, we're
you
thinking
want to
about
play
Emilio.
ranged support with Sejuani. Okay,
Bard into
Bard is actually not
mobile.
bad here. Melio is not bad as well, to be honest, for the counter pick into Renata. But I do think that with the Sejuani pick, having a Bard or Emilio is kind of
We're
cooked.
going
Yeah, I
Bard.
do really like the Poppy here.
We're
Okay,
going
I
Bard.
like it for the Bard instead.
You don't
So
need the
now,
melee to go with the Sedge. Like you can function pretty happily still without it. Um,
yeah, but at the
we can
same
also
time, I
Cadence
think
does
it
play melee
is,
mids. Yone's still available as a champion as
yeah,
well. We
I would
might see
imagine
that
that
sort of
Yone
pairing.
will get banned though,
We could
if you
also
are
see a Rumble
PDC.
coming through. So Sedge, Yone, Rumble is a pretty nice combination.
I don't like the Rumble. I think that picking Rumble this late in the order loses a lot of its value. A big part of why teams do elect to pick Rumble is mostly because of the fact that it's a very strong laner. Um, so you do get more options in the draft by sort of just taking Rumble and knowing that they'll be okay somewhat top. So
Not really
picking
sure what we're
Rumble
gonna
late in
end
the
up with
draft
though.
is not great.
S-Knight's champion pool is starting to run on the low end at this point. So
Yeah, I agree.
Ornn's being removed. Scion's still available, and anyone can play Scion. So
Yeah,
maybe
I
just
think
four
we'll
pick
get
Scion
a,
here.
yeah, they should blind top here. Ideally a melee top.
Yep, we just four pick the Scion. They've banned the Gwen. So what are we going to
Yep.
see from top lane on this side? A Darius hover into a Scion?
I think Darius's value is very low this game. He will get kited very heavily against Varus, Sejuani, Bard. But perhaps the idea is that they can win lane hard enough that Sion becomes useless. But that being said, Sion is very
Never
good at
useless.
being just a rock, even if he does
They
lose
lock
lane
it.
pretty hard. Okay, Darius is locked in.
Now, mid lane option, I kind of want to see something that can go forward alongside the Wukong. The Wukong is kind of. He's going forward with Callista Renata, which Renata W on Wukong is pretty nice. And he's got the cover of
Yep,
the ultimate. And Azir being able to combo in, that would be not bad. But for PDC's mid laner, I'm not sure how his Azir is going to look. Because he
I'm
doesn't
gonna be
really play that
honest.
type of
I'm
champion.
gonna be honest. I see an angle here, Drakov, and it's Kassadin. Give me Kassadin mid. Give me Kassadin mid.
A bit better than
I
Jojo
believe in the
Pim.
Kassadin. Nah, Jojo Pion's Casten's a bit much.
Oh,
Oh, yes, please! Please! Sorry, I'm getting a bit too excited.
oh, he's going,
Nah,
he's going.
please, Cadence, do it for me, man. I see the Casten angle. Casten is
It's locked to
extremely
Hui.
strong.
The Hui has been locked in.
Disappointing stuff here from MMA. No, I'm kidding.
He's
I
saving it
think
till
Hui
game 5.
is a very good pick here, though. Hui does have significant amounts of poke. I'm kind of interested to know whether or not Varus will be going on hit or lethality. With Bard, it is kind of awkward to play both of them. I would imagine that he probably will go lethality. I think that going on hit has very low value, considering it will reduce their laning potential very heavily. But I think that the combination of Hui plus Varus and a beefy front line means that they just need to be two objectives first. Again, it's the same story. They're sort of drafting very similar comps where they want to have objective setup. And so far, I think that MA's read on tempo has been pretty poor. Uh, they're often quite late to team fights and quite late to objective setups with comps that need the setup first. So I think both sides this game do want the setup overall, though. It's very difficult for both sides to walk in. If Varus and Bard and Sion have setup, they will one-shot whoever walks in first, and then blind checking Wukong and Renata is normally a recipe for disaster. So I think this game is really going to come down to a vision game and who can abuse the vision better.
I'm also interested in seeing how this game goes from a champion familiarity point of view, because I know everyone on MA, they're pretty comfortable on the champions they're on. Exception probably being S Knight Scion. Obviously he has played it, but it's not one of his main champions. But everyone else is
Hmm.
pretty comfortable on what they've locked in. But
Yeah.
for PDC, they've locked in some champions that, from what I've seen across the tournament, have been not as familiar for them. So that Darius I haven't really seen coming out of Noah in the tournament, and I definitely wouldn't expect an Azir out of this mid laner. It's really not his champion wheelhouse. So it
Hmm.
might just be ending up poor execution side of things, because I know Cadence loves Hui, one of his favorite champions to actually play, into someone who doesn't really play that much Azir, especially because the Hui is a good matchup into that Azir. I'm hoping to see Cadence gap in mid with that sort of advantage going on.
Yeah, and the matchup is very Hui favored, hence the 5p Hui. I think ultimately, as I said before, this game is really going to come down to execution of comps. You know, PDC really wants to play through the team fight. They've drafted an extremely strong team fighting comp that just wants to front to back. MA, on the other hand, their team fight is quite weak, but they have the range advantage and the poke advantage, and they also have a very, very
Strong front line.
strong. Yeah, they have a strong front line, and they're also very good at finding picks. They have Bard, Sejuani, into a champion like Azir. I think they really should be looking to abuse the side lane and use their range advantage to poke.
Find with Bard ultimate, find with Sejuani ultimate, find with Varus ultimate. If you can get a Hui combo down, there's so many options to start something and then have your team follow it up with this comp from MA.
Yeah, so we'll see how the teams decide to set up. Although I think that this is a comp that really requires MA to be very proactive. And I think that we were talking about it before, that I want to see them do a bit more on the map, you know, and sort of try to really force summoners and force players, particularly with like what we saw in the Anivia game, where they're sort of letting PDC do
Get
some
away with a
war
lot,
crime
yeah.
activities. You know, you're picking comps that are very strong at creating picks and forcing flashes and forcing summoners, but they're sort of forcing the summoners and then doing nothing afterwards for the next 5 minutes and then rinse and repeat until someone randomly dies. So I think this comp will really test them to see whether or not they can utilize their comp properly.
Yeah, try and see if we can blow some flashes before fights. If we can get rid of like a Callista flash or Renata flash or a Zia flash before a fight, or force Wukong's ult before he is in a position where he actually wants to fight for an objective, it's going to make that objective so much easier if we can remove these sort of tools. using our pick potential. If we can get in,
Yeah, I
get that
fully agree.
done, and then once Sion Sejuani can just walk forward without getting comboed back on by these tools, the game becomes very easy to play.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think that for PDC, they're going to have some issues with this Darius. Mostly because I
He's
think the
kind of
Darius
killable,
was oh, he's very killable. And I think that for MA, their goal is going to be to collapse onto this Darius in the side. You know, the
yeah.
draft that they have drafted is very much a pick off the side laner comps. And Azir is a lot harder to kill than Darius, generally speaking, with his dash and his wall. So I would expect them to look for a lot of Bard ults onto this Darius in the mid game. And I think it's ultimately going to come down to vision setup and how well Noah can understand his tempo relative to MA's.
It'll be interesting to see also what summoner spells the Darius opts for with that in mind, because he's going to be having to play these sides and trying to not die. But a lot of Dariuses do like opting for that early game ghost. But when you're
Yeah,
into a Scion, do you really want to run that ghost and then be sort of caught out on the side so easily without teleports? When your team wants to team fight, you want that teleport with this sort of team comp. Like they do want you there. So
yeah,
I'd kind of want to
yeah.
see the teleport rather than the ghost, even though the ghost is sort of one of Darius's favorites.
I think that taking TP this game might bring a couple problems for the Darius in team fights just solely because Darius as a champ inherently is already very kiteable.
Kiteable.
And you have Sejuani, Bard, Hui, Varus. You know, there's a lot of slows, a lot of CC, and I think without the ghost, he's not going to be sticky enough
But
to
without the
actually do
teleport, is he
anything.
going to be there anyway?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the Darius pick is ultimately just suboptimal, in my opinion. I think they've mostly just picked it for the lane matchup, but Sion generally does not care too much about his lane matchups.
He just goes and
Um,
proxies anyway and pretends you're not in the lane.
yeah, pretty much. So I think this should be pretty interesting. I think if you are blue side, PDC, I think PDC can look for early game cheeses this game. They have very strong lanes. They have Darius into Sion, they have Kalista Renata into Varus Bard. They have prior and fighting potential on both sides. The Azir vs Hui matchup, Hui will get prior, but ultimately early game he's not the most useful. He can't really do too much to help his team. So I think if you are PDC, I think you should look for some sort of play with your Wukong. Try to get some sort of invade into Sejuani's jungle, pressure her, and don't really let Varus and Hui play the game too freely.
He's opted for the ghost.
Yeah, I think he kind of has to this game, just otherwise team fighting becomes a bit impossible. I think the mid game is going to be difficult for him. He really needs to pay attention to his wave states, both mid and bot. Uh, and I think part of it will also come down to how well Lobotomite and Djinn can provide enough vision for him to understand where people are.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Alright, so we're seeing some openings out onto the map now. I will also say about S Knight Scion, because he hasn't played the champion as much as some of our other players in the
30
tournament
seconds until
have.
minions
I don't think
spawn.
I've ever actually seen S Knight proxy. So the lane might actually be
Yep.
harder than usual, because I've not... In the games we've watched so far, I don't think S Knight's played any proxies. So we'll see if he brings it out at all on the Scion. I think he probably needs to get the lane playable, because if he's just trying to straight lane versus a Darius, he does kind of get beaten up pretty bad. So we'll see if he's able to adapt and bring out any sort of proxies. He is the
Minions have
skinless
spawned.
Scion. He doesn't have a skin there.
Yeah, that's proof that he doesn't play it very often, I guess.
Bone plating on the Azir has been popped. I'm not sure about the bone plating as a choice.
Yeah, I think the bone plating choice is more just the fact that he recognizes he is going to get engaged on, I suppose. But I agree. I don't think it's particularly useful against Hui in lane. And bone plating has pretty severe diminishing returns as the game goes on. That being said, pretty good vision setup at the start of the game for MA. They do get a
Yep.
ward onto the Raptors, so they will know pretty
Darius
soon
flashing
that,
forward, getting full stacks onto Sion, and just looking to fully push him out of the lane. Sion's yet to CS in top lane.
yep, this matchup is pretty brutal early. But both junglers are pathing towards the bot side. I think the idea is that they just want to leave this matchup in isolation. Pretty heavy trading in the mid lane. Both laners taken down to below 50% HP. Despite hitting 2 first, bot lane trade is pretty good for MA.
Seeing as his health go really low here, he's taking a brutal beating.
Yeah,
Sion uses his Q there for a little bit of damage, which means that the wave actually, he can't quite CS it from here. So I don't think that little bit of damage is going to help him too much.
yeah. It's a pretty rough matchup for the Sion, but again, I don't think Sion minds too much. He's pretty happy to just chill in the early game. Really nice trade there by Fino, proccing the electrocute, auto Q auto. Means that Prodigy will probably base on this wave. If he chooses not to, then the 3v3 will likely be pretty good.
They're
Again,
opting to stay.
they do have the Renata, which means that health is kind of fake.
The
The health
bailout is
advantage
going to
is a
help out
little
a
bit
lot.
fake. Yeah, if
So
a 3v3 is to happen.
it means
But
both their bot laners
Sejuani,
are still very healthy though, so the bailout's hard. But the Bard's getting caught out here, so he might look for the bailout in this fight. Very low, but he's going to go straight down.
Q
Voice gets a
flash from
forward.
Voice. Very well played
And
there by the bot laners of MA. Means that Wukong will path towards the top side. Now, this is a bit interesting because S-Knight has just used his Q to trade, which means that there actually is opening to gank top here. His wave is slow pushing out. I don't think that they can kill him, but since he committed the TP early, any
you can force
form
him out.
of a chunking or flash, yeah, is very problematic for the Sion.
Because he's just going to trade in forward here, trying to see if he can get some health back off the Hui. They've both used teleports already, so any chunks here are real. So ease forward, avoids damage, gets a little bit of damage back, and does end up winning out on that trade.
Yeah, nice trade here. S-Knight's position in the top lane is pretty bad. I think he's probably going to call over his Sejuani to help his lane. Otherwise, he is quite stuck.
I think he says Ronnie. Let's see, what's his body language looking like? He's not kiting the camp, so it's hard to tell where he's going with it. But he is queuing over to his Raptors. He is not going to help out his team.
Yep, seems like we're following the abandoned top lane style, which I think honestly is fine.
Sign will be
Considering the state of
useful
top.
in 15 minutes anyway, doesn't matter. Ooh, we don't get
Yep.
that kill onto that cannon minion. We're going to flash onto Azir here, who has no flash. We get plenty of damage. And
Yeah,
we skip-
really nice timer there by Sahil. Or
he skipped
boosted
his
animal
Raptors
to
be
find the
here
kill.
for a good game.
Yeah, very nicely done, punishing the flash that was burnt by Azir earlier in the game. And since Azir has no TP, he will lose this entire wave, and that is quite a surmountable lead for the Hui.
Starting the dragon here. We're not going to get any help on it for a little bit because we're playing to get some pressure on bot lane here. So it will take some time to do it, and we do have 3 of our camps up after we made that mid play. So we're going to go down in the farm department, but we're Sejuani, so that's kind of okay. We're just going to be late on that level 6 later on, but Azir is going forward. We've got level 6 for Hui, but we don't have level 6 for the Azir yet. So he's just going to be able to try and walk it out one more damage. He was down onto double digits, about 12 health in that fight. And now his flash is back up again. Dragon goes to Bard. Sejuani gets killed by this Wukong, and we're going to see if we can get the Bard kill. Bard does have flash to get over this wall, but we're trying to see if we can wait out the bailout. We used Wukong. Wukong is going to go down in a second. He goes down before the bailout goes through, but Voice goes down as well. Now, as I was saying, we skipped a lot to be at that dragon, so Wukong got to have a full clear and arrive at the dragon. Now the dragon does go the way of MA, so we go 2 for 1 to get the dragon, which is okay, but we're really awkward on our camp tempo right now, so Sahil's going to have to try and reverse clear back up towards his top side that's respawning, skipping his Gromp, and then he won't get a base off before the grubs spawn. And we can see, because our Scion's so weak, we're going to swap him out because we do want to play for these grubs. So we're going to try and use our strong virus to play.
Something I am quite concerned about here is the choice of steeled, I don't know what they're called, plated steel caps or ninja tab eyes for the older players. For the Sejuani,
Rushing it feels pretty bad.
yeah, your clear is going to be extremely slow. You pretty much don't have items at this point.
It's very strange that he's got that, because usually your runes don't allow you to get that as Sejuani. Because you get magical
you
footwear.
normally elect for boots, yeah. So an interesting choice of items here. Maybe he
I'm not sure what
thinks
his
that
secondaries
they're
are.
going to be fighting soon over the grubs, and he wants to be as tanky as possible. But I think at this point, you know, having Barmies is a better choice. Usually will get hit by this Q. It's a pretty big trade onto him here.
Usually you rush Heartsteel on Sejuani still at the moment, just because Sunfires is still a pretty bad item until next patch, for junglers at least. So it's really delaying your option of doing Heartsteel. So your Heartsteel is going to be so late if you still opt for it in this game. So you kind of have to first item something else now, which was going to have armor in it anyway. So if I wanted armor, I probably wouldn't have gone my boots. I would have gone like just a chain vest or something that's actually going to build into my first item.
Yeah, and as we can see, both top laners are suffering underneath the lane swap situation here. Although I think this is a lot more beneficial for MA. You know, Scion's going to suffer regardless.
We're going to see Azir taking a lot of damage here. We just need one more spell connect. It doesn't quite connect. Oh, Bard's getting caught out onto the turret a little bit,
committed.
and he's just gonna...
And that's a kill.
Oh, he's gonna go down.
Really well played. He will likely die here though after committing the flash.
Yep,
yeah,
he will go
well
down.
done. Can they trade back? PDC is looking for the dive. Wukong ult comes out, Scion ult comes out, blocked by the clone. He'll go down.
We're gonna see the
Perhaps a
zombie going
1-for-1.
in. He's not quite going to be able to keep up, but he gets one more punch. Oh, the heal!
Oh,
but Prodigy... Oh, one more
so
auto
close.
and two different members would have gotten it.
Yep, a bit unlucky there, but I think ultimately not a bad trade for MA. This Scion is suffering pretty heavily, but the access to the TP means that he will get the wave. Never mind, we're walking instead of TPing again.
So we're
They
seeing
did
swap
get a
back
very
Bard.
very big chunk of damage on this tower, solely because they do have the
Voice getting
grubs.
caught out by Darius. We'll see if he has enough damage to try and fight back.
I don't think
but
Noah
Darius Q
wins
just
this.
connects
He has
through.
no ult.
One more auto and gets
And
it.
he's down. Now Voice needs to respect the fact that his Bard is bot side and he has no vision top, so he can't touch this wave. He will need to base, which means that the tower does get delayed. But overall, this is very, very positive from MA.
We sadly don't really get to see where the feats are up to in Spectate. We didn't see who actually got the first set of feats.
I think the kills feats would have gone to...
I think it went to MA.
Oh really? Oh yes,
With
probably.
The virus getting kills in bot lane.
Yeah. That makes sense. So lane swap's coming out here because Drake's spawning in 13 seconds. Cadence is just taking mid plates. He has a lot of pressure here. Okay, he forces the E out.
We're getting a lot of damage onto this Azir, who doesn't have flash. He's going to have to use his ulti to get away here. But he's just opting not to, and he gets hit by the Severing Bolt.
Yeah, very nicely done. I think Voice really needs to be careful of a dive here. He knows that his whole team is shown on vision.
He doesn't have vision, so he's dropping it.
Yeah,
but we're
a great read by... Yeah, a really nice read by...
Good sidestep. He's going to get a kill back. Oh, the Q doesn't quite connect.
Q's just short, but really nicely played by Voice. The team is coming back in now, and we still have access to the Sejuani ult.
Wukong has to use his ultimate defensively here, and we're going to catch him up and do a lot of damage onto him. We're getting the double
really
stun
nice
from Bard
stun
onto
as
Prodigy.
well.
Prodigy's going to go down too. Really good from Voice, buying so much time, and then gets a double kill off the back end.
Yeah,
And
that
this
was
will
a
should have
very
leaded
nice
the
read
dragon.
on the dive by Voice. He had no vision, but he knew that his team had shown on vision mid, and so he respected the dive. Dijin doesn't fully respect the fact that Varus is level 7 or level 8, and so when Dijin looks for the Q and misses, he stays around a little bit too long and consequently loses his entire HP bar. And a nice collapse by MA as well means that they can take out the members of PDC, and they have a very, very solid gold lead now, as well as both neutral objectives. I also think that their comp outscales quite
And that's
well
feats.
this game, so
That's feats completed for MA, so they're getting the upgraded boots. This is the first time in the series that they've actually gotten the feats of strength.
very nice, very nice. But yeah, I think that they are in a very solid position here. 2 items unlocked for Varus. He's going top now to get the first tower. Ideally, if you're MA here, you do want to get this first tower before 14 minutes solely for the added plate gold. It's not a massive thing, but it does help. I imagine Sejuani might take the portal across and just help his bot laner secure this tower.
He's going to walk it in with him.
Yeah, and there is potential for a dive here. Darius has no flash. He used it last time in the previous
This
dive,
turret's 1
and he
HP.
does
We're
get
not stopping
chunked.
him exiting though. He's just going to leave. We're not going to try and fight him on
Yep.
the exit without the Varus
Okay,
in range to
Findo
do
knows
damage.
he's leaving now. Choosing not to make the play. I suppose they didn't have enough vision to make the play comfortably. They're not sure where Wukong and Renata are.
I think
And
also
while
because Varus wasn't going to be able to join that play because the turret he couldn't walk through the turret. Like
yeah,
we don't want to take the fight into the Darius and then just accidentally give him a kill. Jin getting caught out here. He gets caught up. He uses bailout, but there's no one to help him out get that final kill back, so he's going to go down.
yep, a very nice catch there. The
You
Q
see
ult
play.
comes out of.
Bard ulting
This
the
is an
turret.
animal.
We're seeing a lot of damage coming through. Just a little bit more, and that's enough. Findo finds the kill.
Yeah, really nicely done. Again, I think that they're really playing well towards the pick comp. If you can see here, they're really targeting the sides and trying to pressure this Darius and then using that tempo to move to other areas of the map. So they pick off Darius or they force him back, use their tempo to overload mid, and for PDC, they're just simply not respecting the tempo advantage that this comp can create.
For this Darius, he hasn't been able to get the advantage you need from a Darius in this sort of game. Like, if your Darius is not ahead very early in this comp, your Darius is going to be pretty useless going into the rest of the game. So
Yeah, I agree.
Scion's just going to be a Scion later, and that's fine. But we're not going to see this. We also do see Sejuani going for the Heartsteel still. So it's going to be a really delayed Heartsteel from those boots, as we mentioned before. So we'll see
Yeah,
how long it
Noah
takes for him to
is
complete it.
behind Cadence here. This
Seeing
is
Findo
an
get caught up a little
uncomfortable
bit.
situation. Yeah, I
Darius
think
catching
Cadence is in some trouble here. Yeah,
Findo's trying to
really
find
well
his way to the
played there by
portal.
Noah.
He gets out. So this is going to be Herald going over to the side of PDC. There's not
Yeah,
really
I
a good
mean
way for
they
them to stop
can
this.
actually contest this because Wukong used his ult. Darius needs to base and Azir is bot. Azir does have TP, but Varus has elected to sack the bot tower and is moving here. So I think
They're
that they
chasing a
are
little
able
bit.
to
We'll see.
contest.
I think close to taking that portal to try and follow the Bard there was not well advised. Oh, smite a little bit early, but we do get it
Oh,
with
a
the Virus
great
kill. We're
ult
trading
from the
in
Azir.
Seeing Voice is caught out and he's going to be dead. Sion has to flash out. We're seeing if we can chase in this top area. And we're seeing if we chase down here, but it looks like that's going to be the end of this first fight.
Yeah, a late TP by Cadence means that he's also very exposed here, and he just makes it out. Very lucky, but at the same time, a massive mistake from MA. I think that the contest idea was good, but poor execution. They gave up the banana brush in the river, meaning that Darius was able to find the flank. If you watch how Voice was forced to play that fight, he was very pincered, he had nowhere to go. What needs to happen is that Scion needs to guard that bush and make sure that no one can walk in. That way they have a direction to play the fight. And a bit of a desperation TP towards the end there also means that they lose a pretty crucial summoner spell from Cadence. But at the same time, a really
Finally
nice
finds some
play
damage
from
back
the
onto
Azir.
He looks like the Azir is going to just go down to a play combo. And
Yep.
We're going to get top turret for PDC though in reply, with Sion not clearing out the wave. Well, Sion was queuing at the Darius under the turret. He really shouldn't be doing that. He just needs to clear the wave. He can never kill the Darius. Just clear the wave so he can't hit your turret anymore.
Blue team's turret.
Yep, that's alright. It's a trade of towers. Now all the outer towers are down for MA. And we have Drake in 16 seconds, so having these outer towers, particularly in mid and bot, means that the vision setup is really good for MA.
Bardolt doesn't quite find his target here.
Okay, Lobotomite clones over the wall.
We've got a Herald on Sion at the moment, so he can look to try and pressure while this dragon is spawning. I kind of want to see them just play through this area here right now. Make sure we get this control, make sure that Wukong can't come over a wall somewhere we don't expect. Cadence is on the way, he's not quite here yet, and he doesn't have that teleport from before. So just play it slow until he gets here. Seeing Sion get a little bit caught out, Sejuani ult goes in, Varus ult catches a clone.
Yeah, again, they don't
One
need to
much
fight
1
here.
HP.
All they need to do is just poke, use their setup, use their range advantage, get the HP set up with Hui and Varus, and that makes it pretty much impossible for PDC to contest this objective.
Wukong is
In a
1 HP
full-fledged
from a
fight, wow,
Oh,
a terrific, terrific play by Hui there. Lobotomite will go down to find her in the ignite.
Sion's chasing with the Herald. We're seeing Noah's probably going
Noah
to get caught
does
out
have
here,
access to the sums, but
Noah's
chooses
down.
not to use them.
but we've left Sejuani alone on the dragons because we're just going to pressure the rest of the map here. We're going to push mid down while we're casing everything out. Really big
Yeah,
turn
really
from Play
nice
to
play.
find that nice damage.
Yeah, really nice play by MA. The vision setup meant that Varus could just shoot his Qs over the wall, and Prodigy was half health before the fight even began. And then a great play by Cadence to find a 3-man stun into his ult combo, meaning that the fight was completely lost for PDC.
Finder has his driver's license. He drove it through the base into bot lane turret. They clear wave. They got 2 tier 2s out of that dragon fight as well. So really big for MA here. They find themselves 6.5k gold up. They need to get spending though, so they really need to just work their way out. But Azir walks into damage and just gets caught while trying to walk into a bush. Renata flash ults forward. So you see a lot of damage come through. Sejuani's trying to go back in. We're trying to catch out this Kalista 1 HP. Wukong's going to disrupt the backline here. Sejuani's going to catch them out of the exit though. This was a very desperate fight. Kalista gets to live, but everyone else dies after Azir gets caught out. Feels like MA just gets to have a free turn now off that. They should have... Azir not walking up to that brush would have let PDC at least get some wave control. But Azir getting caught out just means we get another turn here for MA before our next objective. 20 seconds Atacon.
Yeah, I think PDC thought that they took too many turns in a row and misjudged their tempo, but MA's comp is very good at cutting back. They want to play in pockets of vision with the Sion, with the Hui, with the Varus. And as you said, Azir took one step too many forwards and found a Sion Q to the face. And so MA will start the Atacon with a 7k gold lead. They have vision set up in this tri-bush. I would imagine that they are going to just bard ult whoever walks in.
It's a really hard entrance to walk into. We've got Hui being spelled in, we're getting Sion spells in, Sejuani ults in, Hui spending everything in. We get the Atacon, Azir is one shot and dead, Jin's dead, Prodigy's about to go down.
It's a complete wipe.
Renata's gone.
Yeah, really well done by MA again, using their vision setup and their range advantage and their utility to make sure that PDC can't
Sion's
walk
been
in.
slowed. We're just following in, we get the Ghost through, Sion's ulting a wall, and we get a flash forward to Finder to catch it. Looks like we're getting just completely outplayed here in this time. PDC is just not able to walk into anything. There's so much zone control from MA's comp when they've got this much of a lead. They're nearly 10,000 gold up. So how does PDC win this one? Like, what can they actually do at this point? They need to just find some sort of flank and hope Finder hasn't got vision control.
Yeah, they need to find some sort of 5-man wombo, but at this point in the game, when you don't have vision set up and, you know, like with a comp such as MA's, it's very hard for them to get caught when they have this much vision and this deep vision. At this point, I would imagine that You know, PDC can't see anything, so they're essentially face checking, and every time that they are forced to face check, they are risking their lives.
MA's
I
just playing
also
an
do
infinite number
really
of
like,
turns.
yeah, it's sort of at the point now where their vision's so high that they don't really need to respect their comp.
Darius is just gone. We did use ultimates to catch that. We did use one ultimate, but so Hill's just letting
We
Prodigy
see,
hit him, see how much
yeah,
damage he doesn't take.
a bit of BM coming out of Boosted Animal there with the 40 stack Heart Steel at
Yeah, I
22
think he
minutes.
realized that he actually does take damage because he has no
Yeah,
items.
world record amount of Heart Steel stacks here.
So he's going the Balmy
But a good,
Cinder Sunfire, and his Sunfire does as much damage as his Heartsteel.
but yeah, a good base timer here. They're all on tempo with one another. I like to see it.
I'm
Yeah,
so
it is
glad
a
that they're
bit rough
buffing
for
Sunfire next
PDC.
patch.
Yeah, I've heard that tank junglers are in a rough spot.
It's just you
But
can't go Sunfire because it's so bad right now. So buffing it next patch, making it actually a good first item, just helps tank junglers so much. I'm very, very keen.
yeah. Yeah, I'm not too sure what you do here if you're PDC. I think the only way that they can ever win is, yeah,
Ooh,
looking for
voice
some sort
flashes
of
it out.
Hail Mary play. Good flash by Voice. Does use
Wukong's
the
in
corrupted
on
chains.
Seeing Renata ult come over the top, it gets caught up. Voice is still very healthy though. It gets finished off.
Voice
We're
will go down.
Cadence
Here
is
comes
unhit though, and he's just
Cadence.
free firing, so we can't hit both threats.
Yeah, really nice play though by PDC to find some shutdowns. Djinn is in no man's
He gets
land.
pulled out. We're split up now though, so we can see if we can get enough damage. See if Cadence. No, we lined up
Oh,
for the Cadence
great
more.
stun! A
We
great
lined up
stun
for
by
Bard.
Finder there. Finds everyone and Cadence cleans up the fight. Very nicely done there. I do like the vision though by PDC. They recognize that if this Drake does spawn, there is nothing that they can do to contest it. So their only hope is to make a play
Fight
on
on
Voice
mid-wave.
while he is on the mid wave. Fortunately, it doesn't work out because the wallet gap is just too big. Cadence rocked up to the fight and one-shot 3 people immediately. But I think ultimately that's all you really can do as PDC. I think for MA, they'll probably close out this game pretty soon. They have the Soul here, they have Nash in 1 minute. They should just reset, play top and mid waves, and then take the Nash, and then Siege with their range, and the game should be over.
I'm really happy to see what I was hoping for pre-game, that Cadence ran away with this matchup. He really built his own lead. He got a lot of damage onto the Azir. He got his team in the area to play off him, and he's put himself in a very strong position from very early, with knowing that he's got this way mastery. He knows his opponent probably doesn't have that much Azir mastery, and he's really run away with this advantageous matchup. So I'm happy to see it.
Yeah. I think we also spoke a lot about like MA. Clips the edge. We were talking a lot about MA sort of showing a bit more initiative and how this comp would really force them to do that. And I think they really have shown that, looking for picks on the side lane, the constant dives onto Darius.
Bard ulting onto this Azir is a good example. We're going to see him get out though. We didn't quite time our follow-up correctly. We're getting damage back onto Wukong though. Our front line is now genuinely tanky with that Sejuani having 2 items and upgraded boots. So we're going to be able to take a lot of punishment. So we don't quite find the follow-up on the catch, but we get some chunks. And we're taking a lot of control towards this top side now for Baron, as you said. So let's see if we can get the mid and bot waves forward. Darius is staying to push. He has no teleport. So he's going to trade this.
I think PDC recognizes the fact that they're never able to walk into objectives. I think they've finally realized that now after every other objective that they've tried to contest. So they're selecting to try trade gold. They might try to overload mid here on this timer, try to get rid of one of the super cannon waves. I think that they should.
Darius is staying.
They choose not to, so that means that the tempo for MA is actually quite nice here because their top wave's pushing in, their mid wave is also going to push in. They should just group top. They can send Sion to push out the bot wave.
We're looking to catch this Darius out, so we're going to kill him on this timer as well. Stayed for that extra
Very
wave,
nicely
and he's
done.
gonna go down. I want to see them using getting to mid and then playing through mid top. Get these next mid wave in and then rotate straight to top wave.
I think that they don't need the top wave. I think that they can push
Just
They
push
can do what
mid
they did in the
sage.
Nivea game, just push mid and just dive whoever's under the tower. They have access to the Bard ult, they have access to Sejuani ult, they have the Varus ult.
Oh my god, that Varus
That is
damage.
a
Half
lot of
health.
damage. And Prodigy's forced to flash,
He's
and
going to
he's
go
down.
down into bailout.
Very
There's Renata
nicely
ulting
done.
forward. No,
Yeah,
he's going
this
to
is
go
what I
down.
want to see from MA. Really pressure them, use your advantage hard, just dive them straight away.
Sejuani's holding turret aggro while we're going forward. There's just not
Yep.
enough in. That's Azir down. We're going to see Darius not be very useful here. His ult doesn't even do much damage because he didn't have full stacks. And that's going to be game coming through. We see pretty strong performances come through from all of MA this game. They pretty much all did what they needed to for the most part. Happy to see it.
Yeah, a very, very solid game from MA. I think it's probably the best that we've seen them so far this series. They took a lot of initiative, made the plays on their terms, set up the vision really well, and made sure that they were always first to the objectives and always had the setup so that way they could utilize their range advantage with Varus and Hui. Yeah, it was overall very, very clean. Very nice to see.
Looks like PDC have selected red side for this game 5, so it's going to be MA on blue and PDC on red for the final game of the series. So we are going to 2-2 match point. If I wouldn't get copyright striked, I would be able to play Silver Scrapes, but that's very protected.
Yeah, whoever wins this game,
They win the prize.
yeah, they win $10 million. They
Whoa,
get a
whoa, whoa,
contract
whoa, whoa.
from T1.
T1. Yeah, they
Yep,
replaced Doran.
yep. It's all on the line for SK Knight. And he can speak Korean, so, see him on T1 next year.
So
First represent.
we'll go to a short break before game 5 begins, and we'll see you guys back in a bit. Okay, so we're underway in this draft. We're seeing Garen coming through from PDC versus Ornn. We're getting a Mumu coming through from the boosted animal to going alongside a Yone. We're getting a Kali as a fight back. So our game fight Fearless, we're getting a little spicy. We're getting a Vayne ban coming through from PDC. I'm interested in seeing where these drafts end up going for this game 5. We're already quite interesting. People are definitely starting to get pushed off some comfort. We'll see what ADC choice that we start seeing for Voice, but I know Voice is a fan of going mage bot laners when he gets the opportunity, and because we've got a Yone mid, I wouldn't be surprised to see something like Syndra or the like coming through on a bot lane play here. We've seen him play Mel last week. Oh, we're going to take a Kha'Zix. Lobotomite's picking Kha'Zix versus the boosted animal. I'm interested in seeing what we finish off with. We've got Zaya and Alistair for our bot lane. Let's see what the final pick support is going to be. To pair it with a Ziggs. Gunzaya, because we can see there's 2 assassins and a Ziggs, so there's a lot of damage coming through. We can use Zaya to try and dodge some of that. Poppy support is our last pick to play into Alistair, Amumu, and Yone. And a little bit of the Ornn. So the Poppy pick is pretty nice here for this comp. So it's got quite a bit of options. They need to make sure they use that W not for any sort of move speed. Make sure they use the W to stop all of these sort of ways to get onto their team comp. Protect that Ziggs, but also getting any sort of aggression going alongside the Akali and Kha'Zix. I do feel MA's comp's a lot more cohesive. The PDC comp, their engage is pretty sketchy. It's just Poppy's engage. So it's pretty sketchy to try and start these sort of fights. So we'll see what they're able to get done. I do think MA's draft is a lot more cohesive, but we've been seeing that across the night for the most part, that MA has been getting more cohesive drafts, but the execution hasn't all been there in every one of these games. They've really stepped it up in these past game that they just played to bring it to 2-2, really showing what their comp can do with that previous one. I want to see them do something similar this game. We do have proactive tools. We've got a Mumu being able to ult to engage in a team fight. Ornn's ult is really good at trying to find these sort of targets. We've got some frontline with Alistair, Ornn, and a Mumu, so hopefully not going to be just food for Kha'Zix and Akali here. The Garen is going to be a bit tough to deal with. We've been seeing throughout the series Noah getting a bit of the better of S Knight in lane as well as some of these fighting situations. So we'll see if S Knight's able to just hold his ground against this Garen and try and avoid the Garen being a bit of a nuisance in the mid-late game. Because that's going to be hard for Zaya to try and deal with and Yone to try and deal with on the side later on. And we'll have a few minutes until we get into the game, so we'll go to a short intermission while we are waiting, but I'll give you guys the timer.
Welcome to
Okay, we are back for the
Summoner's Rift.
final game, game 5, Fearless. Now, comps have gone quite deep into champion pools. We'll see what these teams are able to pull together.
30 seconds
So,
until minions
MA's
spawn.
comp, a lot more cohesive. We're getting a little bit of just safe vision. Prodigy's Daycare's playing safe around Invade. This is a 5-man protected one spot. See if there was any cheese going on. But I don't see why we would ever invade with MA's comp here. Unless we
Suppose
want
maybe they're
Aramumu to
worried
start
about.
Q.
Yeah, I
Minions
think
have
it's
spawned.
But then
possible
he
that
can't
they're
clear a
scared of that.
jungle camp, so...
Yeah. I mean, yeah, two very interesting comps. I think will be definitely pretty interesting. I'm not too sure how they're going to deal with that front line this beefy. Garen is pretty good at killing tanks, but there are three of
Everyone
them,
else is...
so
Yeah. You can't really go the
we'll
Luden
see.
Ziggs build this game. I think you have to go for the Liandry's side of things. So I wouldn't expect to see the Ludens, just because you really are going to do no damage to these people in front.
Yeah, I also do like the Xayah pick here. Pretty short range comp, a lot of melees, a lot of assassins, a lot of threat. Overall, pretty good value. Xayah does lose a little bit into Ziggs,
Our
because
junglers
he
are
does
going to
have
be
the
part of...
rage advantage.
Findo just
Hmm?
queuing the ground in the bot lane there. We see the junglers are going to path alternatively here, so Kha'Zix is going to clear a little bit faster than Amumu can at this stage. He's got those ISO camps, so nothing surprising here.
Definitely makes sense.
Ornn
Kha'Zix is
does
more
good
forced to
damage.
play towards the melee side matchup. At the
Really
same
hard for
time,
him
I
to
think he
train
does
game.
want to kind of abuse the Ornn before the Ornn can start to get a lot of stats and before he can get a lot of XP. Whereas Boosted Animal doesn't really want to path towards an Ornn lane, generally speaking. You just want to let your Ornn scale up. So,
Yeah, in the early game here, Amumu doesn't really have anything he needs to do. At most, he wants to cover mid lane a little bit here and make sure his own can get through those first few levels. Bot lane should be pretty safe to just sort of handshake with the Ziggs. There's not much threat. And you've got the Alistair just to knock Poppy away from your carry. There's not really any threat. But the Akali is able to look aggressive like we're seeing here now onto it. He's able to dodge that third Q, so I'd want to see Boosted Animal just sort of making sure Cadence can get these early levels safely. Are we going to see
yeah,
Ornn
and
go
a
down
close
in top lane?
1v1.
Flashing over the top of the Ornn W.
Yeah, well played by Noah. Acknowledging the fact that he does have the Ignite advantage. I'm surprised S-Knight even wanted to take the 1v1.
Trade.
It
Yep.
looks somewhat advantageous for him, I suppose, because of the HP lead that he had. At the same time, Garen does have Conqueror, he does have the Ignite. All you have to do is respect there, take the HP advantage, push the wave in, base, TP, push the next wave, and now you're winning lane. Instead, he doesn't respect the fact that Garen's 1v1 potential is very strong. And so Noah will get first blood in the top lane and buys 2 longswords and boots.
For those in the chat who maybe weren't here at the start, I'm Drakov here, and I'm joined by Yojin for the cast. So this is game 5, where at the end of the tournament, this is the finals. So the winner of this game will take half of the grand prize. So the grand prize is 800 Australian dollars. So they'll get 400 for the winning team. The losing team will still get 200, and then it'll be 100 for third and fourth place, which have been decided. So this game decides who gets that largest part of that prize pool. So it's a lot in the line for these teams. They've spent a long time getting to this point, and we'll see who's ended up coming on top. Ornn, despite dying, does have a bit of a CS lead just from having teleport rather than ignite.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before, that he just needs to just respect the 1v1 in Garen. Base, use your TP, take your advantage, be happy with it, don't be greedy. Getting a bit of movement here, Lobotomite and Dijin. Yeah, this is gonna be a bit interesting now, because Fando thinks that Prodigy is by himself and they're looking to zone him out of the tower.
And it
So
looks
we'll
like
see
he is
whether
by
or not.
himself because they're playing on a Mumu instead.
Yeah, looking for the invade here.
They're going to take
This
away
is a
Mumu's
bit
camp.
greedy from PDC. I think that they can just collapse to this as a team. They can't kill this Amumu fast enough for sure. Good
Flash
flash
out and go back in.
and a good
catching up
re-engage.
Jin.
Really well played by
This is
Boosted
Vrel.
Animal.
Yeah,
And now
really well played.
Lobotomite is very exposed.
Jin has no
And
flash
he will
either,
go
so
down.
Finder's going to find the flash and combo him back. And we're going to see that getting him money. Finder picks up the second kill. Really well played from Boosted Animal, and playing it slow until he knew his team was going to be in range to follow it up.
Yeah, that was very nicely done. A bit of an overextension and perhaps miscommunication between the three bot side players for
Playing a lot of
PDC.
damage on McAllister here. He's going to go down with the perfect execution, finishing it off. We'll see if Yone's able to do enough damage to bring it back.
Yeah.
It looks like he will on this snapback, and that's claimed Feat of Warfare for MA.
Yeah, again, another really good trade for MA. You know, mid laner for support is always beneficial, especially since Akali has no TP. He will drop a wave here after Cadence is able to get the push out, and then he will base. Overall, a
as well for
pretty
the
solid
next-
state.
Importantly as well for the next fight among those mid laners is Akali doesn't have flash or ultimate, while Cadence has both. So this dragon fight
Yeah.
should be pretty beneficial towards our bot side here, but we're looking to defend this top lane. We've got Finder here, we're putting back into the turret. We're catching up this Kha'Zix pretty heavily here. We've already used all our dashes, and we're probably going to lose Ornn, but we're going to see if we can trade back anything. Jin's going to get caught out with Yone ult, and we're going to catch Noah out on this side. Jin's down, and it looks like Yone's going to go down to the... Sorry, the Garen's going to go down as well. So we're going to collect a lot of money on those kills back, and we've used that ulti tool and that ulti timer, but we're going to get a lot out of this. Alistair's TPing back to bot to alleviate pressure as well. So MA playing the map exceptionally well with this comp at this stage of the game.
Yeah, really nice read by MA there. You know, recognizing the fact that Ornn is a bit exposed. He's very and is down HP against Garen and Kha'Zix, so they cover the dive together, and a really nice play overall.
We are going to lose Dragon for MA on this timer as well, though, because we used our timer on that defending top lane. The enemy's able to respawn and open to Dragon before we're able to get Cadence to back, so we're able to try and take control of this Dragon and fight for it. Mumu's just going to do his camps in the meantime, though, so... First Dragon for that much gold, I'm not too worried about that. We don't really need to stack dragons with our comp, so it's pretty fine to just give this away and let the assassin comp sort of spend their time doing an objective that's probably not going to help them out that much in the mid-late game. And we're going to get the grubs off this as well because we got our clear timer off.
Yeah, MA is definitely looking to scale this game. They have Xayah, Yone with Ornn. Not Ornn. Xayah, Yone with Ornn. So yeah, their scaling is very, very good. So having a gold lead at this point in the game is very nice. That being said, if the Drakes do start to stack too quickly, and there are a couple mid-game fights that aren't great, you might see a bit of problems for MA where they're forced to fight a bit earlier than they would perhaps like to. But given the current state, I think giving the first drag is perfectly fine. As you said, their tempo wasn't great. But in exchange, they'll get 3 grubs.
Noah also was being forced to play a little bit back there while he knew that the enemy was on grubs and that he knew his Kha'Zix was on bot side, so he's not able to use his pressure or winning advantage in this top lane while that timer for that dragon was going pretty much the whole time. He was having to play safe and back, giving this Ornn a lot of time to get back into and level up, try and get that scaling through. Ooh, good sidestep on the Shuriken flip. And we're going to just walk back. We're diving the turret, and we don't get the stun off, but we're going to go 1 for 1.
Yeah, an interesting play by the Jin that ends up in a 1 for 1, but overall
now that
pretty
we know
worth.
Jin's mid, we're going to dive bot lane with the Alistair ult tanking up the turret, and we're going to get one back as well. Yone has got teleport to teleport back to mid, but maybe he's going to be forced to try and help top. I think you just let your top laner go down here. Yep. We're going to teleport back to mid. Boosted Animal's actually hovering towards mid here, and Akali doesn't have ultimate or flash, so Shuriken flips the safety.
Yeah, pretty nice
Lobotomite
play there
tanking the
actually by Lobotomite, recognizing the fact that Boosted Animal did path bot lane after he checked the blue buff, so he finds the timer to gank top. S Knight tried to prevent the dive by ulting the wave, but didn't quite have enough damage to one-shot it, so he will go down.
Importantly Cadence is now 3-1, so he's pretty strong at this point of the game. He's working towards that Blade of the Ruin King. It's nearly done. Should be next back, or very close on this next back. We've got Dragon coming up in 2 minutes 30, so he's got plenty of time to try and collect gold towards it.
Yeah, that being said, though, the mid XP difference is making a few problems for this Yone. He's getting zoned out of the wave on most of the waves solely because he is down on XP. It's making it hard for him to contest. And I think
So it's not
S-Knight's
able to get the
also
crash
facing the same problems.
Find they're getting a little bit bullied over this ward, but we'll take it now.
Yeah.
We can see
Prodigy does need to be... Yeah, he needs to be careful here. Level 6 Alistar. He does have the flash available. And he's dead. Very well played though by MA. Abusing the fact that Poppy had reset and that they had a tempo timer there.
We used Zaya's ult to avoid the satchel charge there, I believe, as well.
Sure,
Yes, this
actually,
is Arrow,
perhaps
this is the
for
final game.
damage.
Findo does just go down, and Cadence goes down in mid as well. This is still got a minute 20 until Dragon. We're going to lose boosted animal as well. He Q flashes.
Banana combo.
That was actually a really good thing, because that saves his life.
I think it was fine, by the way.
No,
If he
he
just
was
flashed
slowed.
away. No, he
He
can
could
just
flash away, but I think that's the most reliable way to live.
No, it's banana combo. That's a style point combo.
I'm all for it.
Yeah, I respect it.
Findo gets
The
Canada.
Zaya is extremely fed now. I'm kind of interested to see how big this gold lead actually is.
We can check. So, oh my
Yeah,
god, 2,500 gold.
2.4k, 12 minutes into the game, and Zaya is extremely strong against this sort of a comp. You know, you have 2 assassins, a Garen, a Poppy.
Poppy's able to find Findo in mid lane. He's stopping the headbutt. We're able to get a double knock up and get the exit. Yone's in a little bit of a pickle here as well, though. He's getting a lot of damage. He's going to try and have to Q3 out into the redemption, but he's extremely low, and they're all going to be converging on bot lane here. Yeah, they're able to defend it with boosted animal being in the area. S-Knight's also threatening the ultimate to defend if need be. Yone doesn't have teleport though, and we've got Dragon spawning now. So we've got enough mid control that they're not starting the Drake yet. So we're able to defend it just enough, and Prodigy is very low as well.
Yeah, a big chunk of HP onto Prodigy.
We're able to defend Voice here. Kha'Zix jumps in and uses his ultimate, but we use Ornn's ultimate in reply as well. But Finder's able to push the Kha'Zix out.
Yeah, this Garen is also just hitting the tier 2, I
Eating
think.
the entire top side.
Yeah, I think PDC is sort of electing to just give the Drake. You know, they respect the fact, okay, MA got there first, they have control over the river, let's just
If they
give.
want to commit Ornn for this long, then they can have it, but we're going to take a while.
Yeah, exactly right. Now Ornn is 2 levels down on this Garen. Garen's about to get 1,000 gold or 700 gold. And there's a pretty surmountable gold lead stacking up in the top lane now.
2,500 pretty close to? Or 3,000,
Yeah.
sorry. Nearly 3,500.
Yeah, look, I think even with that suboptimal sequence, you know, they're not too worried yet. They're very heavily outscale this comp, so they really just need to make sure that they slow the game down. Hit the creeps, hit the camps, you know, control vision. They don't need to force things to happen.
I do like
And
the
securing a
Amumu.
Drake.
I do like the Amumu pick
Yeah.
into these double sort of assassins. Like, he's just going to ignore their stealth and just ult them out of it anyway. It makes it quite difficult for these assassins to play. Especially because these are assassins that like playing in multiple turns, and the Kha'Zix and the Akali, they want to try and go in and use multiple rotations. The Amumu
Yeah, exactly
ulting
right.
them is just going to make it really hard to play. Oh, the
Yeah.
Poppy doesn't quite find the E connect on the heroic charge, but does stop any counterback with their own W. Finder's losing a lot of health.
Findo is
this ward
committing
fast.
quite a lot to this ward,
I think he's
yeah.
just gonna
I
die
think he's
now.
dead. Okay.
Do commit
Interesting
Ziggs ult
play
onto
by
it, and
Findo.
Akali's teleporting to top as well. But yeah, he's trying to just play into that ward very heavily. We have to ult out. Is Akali... Oh my god.
Oh.
Akali tried to follow it. They're very lucky that they mistimed that.
Yeah. So Rift Herald will go down, although they don't have grubs, which means that the Rift does lose some of its effectiveness, I suppose.
We
And I
can
think,
see
like,
once
if you're MA, you're not too worried here. You have a pretty decent amount of gold. Yes, you are behind, but you outscale very heavily. And the players who are down a lot of gold, doesn't really matter. Like, Ornn being down a lot of gold isn't the end of the world. As long as he's getting XP, he'll be able to level people up. And at the same time, they also managed to get a Drake, so...
Jin's Poppy
means
build
this-
is a little interesting. So Blood is pretty normal.
Trailblazer.
He's gone Trailblazers and Synchronized Souls. So you usually go Swiftness Boots and then either Redemption or Dead Man's Plate. Trailblazers is kind of not really an item anymore, because Dead Man's Plate's just better.
Yep, so they're looking for a dive here onto Cadence,
Cadence
and
is
he will
just going to go
fall.
down. He doesn't get to use his flash yet, because it was just off. We get the Poppy Keeper's Verdict to knock out a Mumu, so S9 is going to just remove the Herald though, so they don't get this bot turret in time. And
Yep.
they are just going to take the Krugs as the answer. We're seeing if we can get a fight back though. Findo's behind them. Akali's on voice. We're getting plenty of damage back, but Poppy's flashing forward into it. We have to flash out, and Voice is being attacked once again, but he gets to take down the Akali, and we're fighting into a choke point of the Ornn. See what Boosted Animal can find here. He doesn't get to use his ultimate quite yet. It's got a few seconds on its cooldown. See if we can find an in if we want to keep the fight, but Voice is very low. Cadence doesn't have teleport to join. We're getting Garen doing a lot of damage in. We find a huge four-man
Oh, a
ultimate.
massive R flash from Boosted Animal.
Noah's going to get caught up here. We get a Findo follow up here, and looks like we're getting finished. Boosted Animal coming through on the Amumu, catching out the Ziggs as well.
Wow, a great play from Boosted Animal.
I don't
Finds
think I've seen Boosted
everyone
Animal play this well before.
on PDC. You can't be saying that, mate. Can't be saying that.
He's playing really well.
He is. Put some respect on his name. Alright, so the mid tower will fall here as well. The triple grub's doing work and the rotation's coming out. Likely see the bases come through.
We're going to try
You
and
have
catch up.
Drake
This might be a
spawning
bit
in a
extra.
minute.
We need to get out here. We haven't reset yet. We've got some low health bars. We're going to see if we can try and find a catch back. Getting a lot of damage here and going back in. Kha'Zix is jumping in. He gets knocked back out. We do get that kill for free. We don't see a return quite fast enough, and we're trying to find the Akali again. We're still looking for these plays.
Yeah, I think it's sort of becoming a bit of a desperation
we're
sort of
catching in
situation
once
for the
again.
red side.
And we get another kill. We're just picking up random kills here at this point for MA. This is great.
Yeah, I think PDC is sort of starting to recognize how dire the situation is and that they're getting outscaled, so they're going for some pretty interesting, desperate plays, sort of running in one by one and hoping for the best.
I think to make PDC's comp work at this point, they need to somehow get Garen in a position where he's threatening from a different angle, and then Poppy has to start something somehow. It's very difficult to play at this point of the game because Xayah is so safe, and if you commit everything onto Yone to kill him, then you're not really going to have a great time killing the front line or the Xayah. So it's going to be really hard to try and find the angles here for this team when they don't have a very good engage option.
Yep. Noah's
Yeah.
hitting the bot tier 1. He's a bit overextended here, no flash, but I suppose he's just trying to get some sort of gold injection and hoping to waste a bit of time.
Yeah,
Now
if he
here's a
pulls
bit
them
of a
down, we're gonna
mistake
get mid.
from MA. They've decided to take the Drake on this timer when they haven't actually committed to the mid wave yet, so they are going to
gonna
drop
lose the
both the
turret.
mid tier 1 and the bot tier 1 on the same turn. Yes, they will get Drake, but that is 600 gold back over to PDC. Jin is in no man's land. Ult will connect with Prodigy, and Jin
We're
is
gonna see
dead
Jin go down.
again.
They're trying to turn it back into this Akali. They've got one health. Very, very low. One more auto attack will come through. He's just going to use the ult to finish it off, and we're seeing Garen Noah gets a kill back in mid lane, and he's going to try and exit. He's doing Garen things. They're not going to bother chasing him. It's not worth their time at this point. So he's actually just going to get out. But we're going to try and turn down to the other con timer.
Yeah, I think that's the correct play. Just let him live. He's pretty useless anyways. We can just take the Atacon on this timer. We have Zaya with a bunch of items. She has Navori. She'll take it pretty quick.
Yeah, and here
Now
we
they need
go.
to make sure that they control a tri-brush here. Otherwise they could run into some
The
problems.
S9 is protecting that side with his position. Amumu's threatening with his Q into that bush. We don't have Amumu's ult, so we should just try and exit here. We might need to sacrifice S9 for this, but that's perfectly fine to sacrifice one member to get that other card. I
Yep.
think this
TP
Krog
comes
camp
out of
is very
Akali as
greedy.
well.
We have to collect it with Zaya though, so that's a plus.
Yeah, an interesting game state here because MA is so far ahead, but they've dropped so many towers now that the game's actually kind of uncomfortable for them
Six
to
collects
play.
his turret, and Cadence is going to be very low in this backfight. He's going to go down. Akali's going to trade for it though. We do still have Zaya here, so she's very, very strong. We've lost three members from MA. It's just Finder and Voice versus 4 members, so don't think we try and chase this fight out. We just take what we can, and we really, as you said, need to try and get some of these turrets back at this point. We're losing a lot from when Garen pushed top and around these objective timers. We're just dropping all the turrets.
Yeah, they need to start fixing their side waves, start respecting the fact that if they don't, they can't really do much on the map, despite having mid-pro with the Zaya. They need to get this top tier 1.
Garen's just going
Noah's
for a
looking
mid
for a
dive.
dive,
Zaya has ultimate just back up though. I think he was
and
looking
he
because he thought
kills him.
Zaya's ult wasn't quite back, but he gets the 1-for-1, and he gets on the ultimate. This
Yeah,
is
well
those
played
turret
by Noah
controls.
there.
Like, we just haven't had the chance to get our wave sorted yet. We don't have our turrets, so we're now losing our top and bot side jungle to the enemy as well. So Booster doesn't have any camps to clear in this time either. And
Yeah,
we've lost our
Findo
Zaya
needs
for wave.
to... Findo and Boosted Animal really need to find a way to pressure this top tier 1. They need to help Zaya get the mid push, help Ornn get the side push, and then rotate together towards top.
Kali's
We have
fighting
Drake
into
in
the
2
Yone
minutes. Ult
Kali's used
used.
the ult 1, and then she's just going to go down. Not sure about Cadence's flash there.
Yep. He's 35. Reaction time of 2 minutes
He
and
was
30
flashing his
seconds.
enemy in his queue. It's fine.
Yeah. Okay, so we got a lot of pings coming out of the mid wave. I think that they've recognized now, okay, we need to get the mid push. Let's move top. Let's get this top tier 1. Okay, never mind. We don't care about the top tier 1 still.
We're just going to push for mid tier 2 it looks like, so we're just hard pushing in while it's down, but it's a Ziggs protecting the wave, so it's going to be quite hard to actually get the turret. Kha'Zix's jumping forward, see what he can find. Has to pop his ultimate to get back out.
And a solid chunk of his HP gone there. They need to be careful of Garen's and Akali's movement from the side lanes, so since they're unable to pressure top very hard, they do need to be conscious of the fact that there is a possibility of collapse.
Got
I
50
think
seconds
that,
until this Drake.
honestly, I think if you're MA, just give the Drake. Just give it. If you die at this Drake, the game is completely over. Give the Drake, pressure top, take the outer turrets, and then establish vision so that you can actually play the game properly. Because right now, what's happening, Garen doesn't have TP. Garen probably won't come to the Drake, to be honest. He's happy to give the Drake because he knows that no one can deal with him on the side. So if MA decides to choose for like a 4v4 or 4v5 at Drake, Garen will pressure this top inhib and the game becomes extremely uncomfortable. I think that if you're MA, just give the Drake. You're already 2 Drakes up, yard scale anyways, doesn't matter. Pressure this Garen, take the top tower, make it more risky for him to play in the side. Because right now, Garen has no fear. He knows that he can do whatever he wants. He has vision set up in the top side. And he also has his tier 1 still, so they really need to make something happen towards the top side rather than contesting this Drake.
Yeah, I really agree with that. It's going to be 35 minutes before PDC can get Dragon Soul. They need another 3 dragons, including this one. So it's going to be 35 minutes before Soul actually matters. And if it hits 35 minutes, PDC can't really win anyway, right? So it's going to be like Ornn's fully got items in. Zaya's going to be on her nearly 5th item. She's nearly 4 now. And Yon's going to be 3rd to 4 items coming through as well. And these assassins are just not getting stronger at this point for PDC.
Yeah, I just think that when you outscale like this and you already have 2 Drakes, the risk versus reward of actually trying to contest this Drake is just horrendous. If they die at this Drake, they will lose literally everything. So just give it, go top, take the top tower. That way you can actually start pressuring the map. They need to get rid of this top tier 1, otherwise they're never going to have push top. And then when Baron spawns in a minute, uh, they will have a lot of issues. Do we know what the pause is from?
Not at the moment. Let me see. Yeah. Bathroom break.
Oh,
Looks like
someone's
it might
grabbing
be a bathroom
alcohol. Very nice. Honestly, I respect it. You know, you gotta ease the nerves from a big tournament, you know. Gotta make sure that you're on your best game. But yeah, we are approaching the point now though where all items are starting to come through. Here's level 14, so we need one more level and then we'll likely probably see Zaya get the item. I think Zaya here is electing for a shield bow. Pretty good item. Probably go shield bow into BT combo. So let's see what MA elects to do here. I really hope that they give the dragon because no one can deal with this Garen on the side.
Little spectator bug pause here. It's just catching up with the delay. But from
I
the
mean, I
mini-map,
think I
it
think
looks like
he's
they're
just dead,
contesting
bro.
mid. Looks like Cadence is
Yeah.
going to go down here. Garen has used ultimate, but still has ignite, but he's just going to snap back and die. But it looks like we're contesting mid-wave at the same time. Ornn doesn't get ult onto the Ziggs, but we're able to get a lot of damage here onto M. See if we can get the catch here finally. Lots of damage. We're going to stun him up. There should be a kill onto Ziggs as well. That's both of those 2 down, so we should get Dragon, but we are going to lose a lot top, so Ornn has to reset for it. And Voice is very low health, so he's going to try and heal off this wave a little bit, and then go towards Dragon. We've got Redemption popping.
Yeah, again, the game is really hard to play until they take this top tier 1. I really
Ornn's
hope
getting
that they realize it
minion
soon
blocked.
because no one can actually deal with this Garen. Even if you send someone to deal with him, they will either die or do nothing like this. So
We've
you
seen
really
both
need to take
options.
this top tier 1. Yeah, I think that like Drake is good and all, but they really need to find some sort of pressure and vision setup in the top side. Baron is spawning now. They still don't have the top tier 1. Now they're going to be forced to face check. So S-Knight is very, very tanky. There is no ult from Garen, meaning that it's
No, he's
very
just going to walk
difficult
forward
to
though
kill
into the
this
tribe
on.
rush and get caught out. So he is going to get killed and go down. Cadence is also going to go down here, it looks like. They just walked forward into the enemy numbers. This is... we have to get out and live here. This could be a game ender.
Yep, the
Okay,
Jin
they're
will
able to get
go
one
down.
back onto
Prodigy
Poppy.
has no
Voice is
flash
gone.
here.
Prodigy's getting really low. He's going to go down 2, so the game will not be over. They won't be able to do Baron either. We're going to try and play these waves and play with a very strong Zaya.
Yeah, Voice is just gliding on them at this point. He is so far ahead. And into this comp particularly, he's very strong. Although Garen
Charlie
is
does
sitting in the
connect.
bush.
They do have the
A
Zaya ult
really
still.
nice Q flash from Alistar, finds both of them and protects his Zaya. And now they should be able to get this top tier 1 finally and set up some sort of vision towards the Baron side. Yeah, TP coming out of S-Knight. Never mind,
TP
we
coming
aren't
in from
taking the
Cadence
top
as
tier
well.
1. Okay, looks
They're
like
not going to
they're
take that
wanting
turret.
to
We're going to do
start the
Baron.
Nash here.
Ziggs has respawned and we'll have ult soon, but we're just burning through it before the ult even comes up. So we do get to finish this.
Yeah, nice call. Nice recognition of tempo gap. They're able to find
Garen, they're
Nash.
going
They
to try and
do
catch
need
this
to be
Garen on the
careful
side.
and not overextend here.
We're looking to try and stop this Garen push.
Yeah, I
Boost it.
think that MA just really needs to recognize their tempo here. And chasing Garen isn't going to do anything. They're dropping towers again.
We're on ulting for the Garen while we're losing our mid turret.
I mean, they do find the kill. All I hope is that Cadence will go take this top tier one.
The problem I have with that though is they took our entire mid wave. So we've now got top pushing into us, bot is pushing into us, and mid we don't have a wave either. So we've got Baron and no minion waves.
Yeah, I think things
Chance will be
are
able to get this
getting a
one turret.
bit too fixated on kills right now, but they've managed to repair their waves now since they have the numbers advantage. PDC does have to respect their move. They can also see Akali on the bot wave, so I think they might try to just dive under the turret here
Just
or
push this
just take
turret
the
here.
tower.
We've got two big frontliners who can just eat it. That's fine.
Yep, and then
we're
they
gonna
can
rotate
push
the
one more
top.
mid wave. Yeah, they should push one more mid wave before they rotate top. Okay, they've spotted Kha'Zix on the mid wave here, so PDC is forced to respect the push. Okay, overall, not a bad Baron. They do get quite a bit in terms of the towers, which means that they can actually sort of move around the map now, particularly towards the top side to set up some sort of vision. The next target should be this bot tier 2. They still have a decent amount of time on this Nash, so I would imagine that they would probably want to play 2 lanes, mid and bot,
Garen's
and
coming
then
in
look to
top with
pressure this bot
supers
tier
still.
2.
They still need to respect this Garen coming in with supers in top side. He can push into them pretty heavily. Looks like Ornn's going to try
Yeah.
and hold him off.
Yeah, he should
Ornn
be
still has
able to,
Baron,
considering he has Nash, yeah.
but the wave does still get
I
deleted.
think the main thing is just, okay,
Half
1v1
health on
starting
our
here,
Yone, and he
massive
loses shield
damage. Yep.
Garen's going to walk in and just start chunking off the Ornn, try and do some turret threat. Ornn's going to try and clear out the wave though. He's ulting to try and chase down this Garen. Doesn't connect though.
Yeah, I sense a bit of desperation here from MA's side. I think they really just need to calm down, slow the game down, play with their Xayah.
They're struggling to figure out what to do about this Garen.
Yep.
We're ulting forward to try and catch him out here on this time up. It's about to be Dragon, so we're using all our ults, and Garen wins the 1v2. We're trying to fight mid here. We get the winning fight here in mid just because our Xayah is so far ahead. We got the teleport coming in from Akali when Voice is on 1 HP and has no ultimate. Try and keep the team away from him. Ziggs flashes forward to try and get a kill back. Akali's getting really locked up while trying to go for it. The barrier's enough to keep him alive. Garen's just going to push on the side while Yone looks at him and can't really do anything about it.
Yeah, really well played by Voice there, ulting the Poppy ult to make sure they can stay in the fight, because he knows that if he gets ulted out, his team will die without him. And
We will
flashes
get the
the
Dragon
big Q
Soul.
flash. Yeah, they need to find a way to push out this side lane really far up.
They need to get it to like
it is
enemy
going to be
turret
rough.
territory to give them enough time to actually do something.
Yeah. But the Dragon Soul is pretty big, especially with the triple Infernal and making sure that the assassins don't get it. Very interesting choice of itemization here. I see an Abyssal Mask on the Poppy. I'm not entirely sure what that's going to do for you this game when there's an 18 and 1 Xayah in your lobby. And Noah's looking for a cheese play. Yeah. I think maybe he's hoping that his Ziggs can do more damage. Yeah. But he's completely useless. Okay, a very nice pick found by MA.
This will help us get that wave out that we wanted, so try and push this top wave as far as possible while he is down. They don't currently have
Again, their sequencing is all wrong. Again, the problem is
we're
that
gonna lose our inhib here in mid.
yeah, they're only playing on 1 wave at a time. They need to play on 2. They need mid and top at the same time, not just 1. An interesting base race here, actually. I'm not too sure if MA wants to take this. Ziggs can just one-shot the wave. Yes, he will die, but they have no wave left.
They're backing from PDC,
17
so he's going to get the
seconds.
inhib down. So it's a trade of inhibs in the end.
Yes, a trade of inhibs, but losing your mid inhib a minute before Nash is,
Kind of hard, kind of rough.
yeah, a bit problematic. That being said, MA does have pretty good wave clear, so perhaps it won't matter too much. I think they really need to prioritize hitting the waves and making sure their wave states are good before they fight. The Bottomite is looking for some sort of cheese here. He has been spotted.
I don't think that sweeper saw him though.
Yeah, going to be interesting here whether or
Cancel. They're
not
starting the
they
Baron here.
choose to
Looks like
contest
PDC
this.
don't know this is happening though, because they now know, but it's way too late. So we're just going to try and see if we can catch waves out for PDC. Garen's pushing in bot. Kha'Zix just clipped a wave in mid, but we just get a free Baron. No recourse.
Yep. And I would imagine that MA would want to play 2 lanes here, play through mid, play through bot, force this bot tier 2, try to force the bot inhib as well, and then put their pressure back towards the mid lane.
Yeah, so we can see S Knight's going to play bot wave here, get it up so that we can try and play that tier 2 in bot lane after we try and play a little bit of mid lane with our 4. Akali and Kha'Zix are on the side here, so we're trying to see if we can mark them with some of our carries. Yone is trying to
MA
attack with
does
a-
need to be a bit careful here. S-Knight has no TP, and he was showing on the bot wave, so
He's going to show
there
again
is
now.
a potential angle for PDC to find something here with their numbers advantage.
We're able to
The
find
Bottomite will
Kha'Zix,
get
though.
caught.
Akali's going to try and play on this bot wave. I don't think S Knight should really be running away from that Akali. But we
Wow,
get so
a
much
really
damage on
nice
here.
cancel from Findo. Stops the poppy stun.
S Knight's on his way walking in, he's going to ult, he's going to do a lot. We're going to look for the Garen, we're catching it. The Yone Fate Seal doesn't quite connect onto the back line. We're going to play towards getting these inhibitors, see if we can try and end, but we're low on the health bars, but walking in a Baron wave. We should be able to try and force this ending. We've got so many minions, they don't have their Kha'Zix or their Garen. So we're getting a lot of damage here onto Jhin. Kali's down. Poppy's down. Zig's down. That should be game over. And the series and the tournament going to MA.
Yeah, what a performance by Voice here. 23-1 absolutely drops a nuke on PDC. I have some questions about some builds in this game, but I won't put them out there. 50k damage from Voice. Very well done. Congratulations to CBK.
Alright, that is the tournament coming to a conclusion. It's been a long event, but we got to the end of it. I want to thank everyone who participated in the tournament, as well as everyone who's watching. 44 viewers at the moment, thank you very much. That will be the end of the tournament, and there will be another tournament coming through in the start of next year that we'll look to do. Hope to see everyone come back and try and play out for another event in the near future. But thank you for joining us.